Good morning and good afternoon, and distinguished scholars and all of participants. I'm Fu Yude, the director of the Center for Judaic and Interreligious Studies of Shandong University, and the co-head of SDU-TAU Joint Institute for Jewish and Israel Studies. It is my great honor to meet you online and exchange ideas about religions, society, and politics in Israel. We have already held 2 annual conferences in 2021 and 2022. Now we are going to have the 3rd one, which is organized by SDU and TAU Joint Institute of Jewish and Israel Studies. Now, let me give a very brief introduction to the participants from Israel and China. Professor Ariel Porat, the president of Tel Aviv University. Professor Wu Zhen, vice president of Shandong University. Mr. Avram Berg, the former Speaker of the Knesset, former chairman of a Jewish agency, and also a writer. Dr. Aaron Shai, former rector of Tel Aviv University and a professor in the School of East Asian Studies of the same university. Rabbi Yeshua Peffer, head of Haredi Israel Division at the Tikvan Fund, a chief rabbi and moderator of the International Jewish Law website. Dr. Yuri Shavit, professor of Islamic Studies at Tel Aviv University, co-head of SDU-TAU Joint Institute of Jewish and Israel Studies. Dr. Fu Xiaowei, professor and director of the Institute of Center for Judaic and Chinese Studies at the Sichuan International Studies University and adjunct professor of Center for Judaic and Interreligious Studies of Shandong University. Dr. Tian Haihua, professor and director of the Christianity Research Center at the Institute of Taoism and Religious Culture of Sichuan University, adjunct professor of Judaic and Interreligious Studies of Shandong University. Dr. Wang Yu, professor in the Department of West Asian Studies, the director of the Institute of Israel and Jewish Studies at Peking University, and the research fellow of SDU-TAU Joint Institute for Jewish and Israel Studies. Professor Lei Yu, professor in the School of History and director of the Center of Israel Studies at Northwestern University, China. Dr. Chen Guangmeng, professor of international relations at Sichuan International Studies University, the director of the Center for Israel Studies. Dr. Richley Haliva, associate professor at the Center for Judaic and Interreligious Studies at Shandong University and a research fellow of the SDU-TAU Joint Institute for Jewish and Israel Studies. Dr. Sarah Zuckerberg, lecturer at Tel Aviv University and a researcher at the SDU-TAU Joint Institute for Jewish and Israel Studies. Dr. Carl Yanker, lecturer in the Department of Arabic and Islamic Studies of Tel Aviv University and a postdoctoral research fellow at the SDU-TAU Joint Institute for Jewish and Israel Studies. Dr. Avgane Klauber, lecturer in the School of Governance, Political Science, and International Relations Department at Tel Aviv University, researcher at the Francis Brode Institute of Applied Diplomacy. Dr. Sima Zuckerberg, lecturer at the Tel University and a researcher at the SDU-TAU Joint Institute for Jewish and Israel Studies. Dr. Chen Yanyan, research fellow at the Center for Judaic and Interreligious Studies of Shandong University and a researcher at the SDU-TAU Joint Institute for Jewish and Israel Studies and the Director's Assistant. Ms. Zhang Xuan, a PhD candidate at the School of International Relations and Public Affairs at Fudan University. Ms. Li Ziyi, PhD candidate in the School of History and Culture at Northeast Normal University, China. Mr. Wang Dehui, Doctor PhD candidate at the Center for Judaic and Interreligious Studies at Shandong University. Ms. Tian Haiyan, PhD candidate in the Jewish Studies at the Center for Judaic and Interreligious Studies of Shandong University. Ms. Wu Sijia, a PhD candidate for Israel Studies at the Center for Judaic and Interreligious Studies of Shandong University. Now let's start the brief opening ceremony. First of all, let's welcome President Professor Ariel Porat to address his opening remark. Welcome, Professor Porat.
From Shandong University and Tel Aviv University. I'm pleased to welcome you to the third annual conference of the SDU-TAU Joint Institute for Israel and Jewish Studies. It is heartwarming to witness the flourishing of excellent academic studies on Judaism and Israel in China, and particularly at Shandong University, as well as to see once again that the annual conference is attended by so many Chinese scholars and research students who are passionate to learn more about our country. This year's conference and the other activities of the Joint Institute are a demonstration of the growing and deepening cooperation between our two universities, indeed between our two nations. Two nations, one the largest in the world, one small, that respectively represent ancient civilizations, rich heritages, and promising futures. The important academic ties between our two universities advance groundbreaking research initiatives and strengthen people-to-people ties between our peoples. We at Tel Aviv University are honored to have such a warm and fruitful partnership with a prestigious university like Shandong. The Joint Institute advances original research on Jewish history and Israeli society, including on the Ultra-Orthodox community and Arab Israelis. We look forward to building upon the activities which have already taken place to expand the scope and impact of the Institute. This year's conference on religious conflicts in Israel comes at a time of crisis in our country and its young democracy. We are confident in the ability of Israeli society to emerge from this crisis even stronger. I hope that the conference today will serve as a platform for presenting informed and diverse points of view about the sources of the crisis and potential ways for its resolution. I welcome you and wish you a successful conference and many more years of cooperation between our two universities.
Thank you very much, Professor and President Porat. Now let's welcome Vice President of Shandong University, Professor Wooden, to give an welcome address.
Distinguished President Area Porat, experts and scholars, good afternoon. It's a great honor to have you all here at this international academic conference. On behalf of Shandong University, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all the guests present today, both from China and Israel. First of all, please allow me to brief you on Shandong University. Located to the west of the Yellow Sea and the north of one of China's 5 great mountains, Mount Tai, Shandong University has an illustrious history. It's in the region where Chinese philosopher and teacher Confucius was born, and it's China's second national university, founded in 1901. After over 122 years of development, it has been selected for the double first class initiative and has evolved into a comprehensive institution with a diverse range of disciplines and a strong academic strengths, particularly in the area of humanities and social science. Our university has fostered significant disciplinary advantages and distinct research approaches, attracting many outstanding scholars and generating notable accomplishments. To build on this success, we have implemented policies in recent years aimed at further enhancing these disciplines in the new era. Jewish and Israel studies is a distinctive and leading discipline at Shandong University in the field of humanities and social science. Established in November 1994, the Institute of Judaic Culture Studies marked the beginning of the Jewish research at our university. In 2004, the Center for Judaic and Interreligious Studies of Shandong University, based on the aforementioned institute, was selected as a key research base of humanities and social science of the Ministry of Education, become one of only 3 such bases in the field of religious studies. Over the past 30 years, guided by Professor Fu Youde, our center has made several highly recognized academic achievements, forming its own characteristics and advantages. It emphasizes interreligious and cross-cultural studies, promoting exchanges and mutual learning among different civilizations. This has increased its academic influence both nationally and internationally. Shandong University has maintained friendly and long-standing cooperative relations with Israeli university and institutes. In 2015, Shandong University, as a founding member, joint established the China-Israel 7+7 Research University Alliance and has carried out numerous programs on joint student training and cooperative research since then, under the framework of the Alliance. In 2019, with the strong support of Tel Aviv University and the joint efforts of both sides, the Joint Institute of Jewish and Israeli Studies in Shandong University and Tel Aviv University was officially established, providing a platform for independence, collaboration, and cooperations between scholars from both universities. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of scholars from the two universities, several programs in the field of Israeli studies have rolled out, and we have yielded fruitful results, which will be presented later at this conference. Today, so many experts and scholars coming here to discuss issues on Israeli religion, politics, and society. The topics range from Jewish historic and cultural studies to current Israeli hot topics, which fully demonstrates the close attention of scholars from the two countries to the Israeli history and social activities. The latest achievements in Jewish Israeli studies from both countries will also be comprehensively presented today. I believe that this conference will further strengthen the cooperation and exchange between Chinese and Israeli scholars, contributing to the deepening of academic cooperation and military exchange between China and Israel. In conclusion, I wish the conference a complete success and sincerely welcome all colleagues to come visit Shandong University in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor and Vice President Wu Deng. Now the opening ceremony is over. It is time for us to start the academic presentations and the discussion. Dr. Chen Yanyan, it's your turn to moderate the conference now.
Okay.
Yanyan, please.
Okay. Good afternoon and good morning, ladies and gentlemen and friends. Welcome. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to session 1. And I'm Chen Yanyan from Shandong University, and I will be the moderator of the first session. So in this session, there are 4 scholars, and they will discuss on religion and politics in Israel from a historical perspective. And the first scholar is Mr. Abraham Berg. Mr. Berg is a former Speaker of the Knesset and the former chairman of the Jewish Agency. He is also a famous writer and the author of several books, including The Holocaust is Over. And Mr. Berg writes articles on current affairs that are published in major newspapers around the world. And his topic today is the Messianic temptation in religious Zionism. Please join me to welcome Mr. Berg.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much to have me. And I have to admit that I come with a lot of humbleness. I try to explain to my children the topic of the presence of Messianism in our life, and they didn't understand what I'm talking about. Now imagine not just to take the idea of political Messianism into the Western world, but to build a bridge between this phenomena of meta-realistic and very mystical politics into a non-Western Confucian world. I mean, I'm not a one to say whether Confucianism is a religion or a culture or a way of life or a philosophy, but certainly it is not part of the Western pattern and the Western gestalt. And now I have to try to build a bridge between the two. So I'm very, very, very humble when I come to address it, because I know a little bit about my culture. I know very little, not enough at all, about other cultures. Having said that, I thought that maybe the best way to illustrate the tension, not necessarily the political equivalent, but to express the tension between the two, might be the how do you call it, the Taiping uprising, the Taiping rebellion, the Taiping Rebellion. I think it's Taiping Tianguo. That's the rebellion that happened with this individual who considered himself to be the brother of Jesus, and actually took an issue against the entire Chinese system. Never mind what was there politically, but some of the ideas are there. That you take a political system which collapses, you take a paradigm which doesn't function anymore, and you introduce into it a kind of existential and fundamentalist hope. I know how to reset it, like a computer, Control-Alt-Delete, the whole old system goes to trash, and I offer you a new approach to life, which is full of promises. In Judaism, the existence of the Messiah, the existence of the idea that it is possible to reset reality, to restart reality, is there for thousands of years. Most of the time it is sleeping. Most of the time it is dormant. Most of the time the rational thinking of logic and law and intellectual process and historic evolution, this is the majority of time. Even people who live full religious life, even in times in which we didn't have our own state and our own sovereignty, were actually binded by the rational process and the logic of rational philosophical thinking. However, under certain circumstances, all of a sudden, the old inner volcano erupts like an earthquake, like a volcano. And what is this lava? If you have a situation in which you have a utopist hope, world can be perfect, garden of roses waiting for you, not just in the world to come, but here and now. And if you are in the middle of it, you have a catastrophical situation, disasters, atrocities, suffering, a lot of despair. World orders are collapsing, and a charismatic leader, all of a sudden people say, let's listen to this charismatic leader or charismatic idea that might replace all the confusions that we have nowadays in our life. The Jewish people has a history of living through catastrophes and living through destructions. The last couple of hundreds of years are even so more so. At what sense? In our lifetime, we've seen already the collapse of the Soviet Empire, the rise and fall of the Nazi 1,000 years Reich, the Nazi regime, in which 1/3 of the Jewish people was perished. And for us as Jews, for us as a Western civilization, for us as a human civilization, it was an awful atrocity. But particularly for us, it was a total destruction of the world order of couple of thousands of years that all of a sudden is not there. Religion was such an organizing idea, is being secularized by the day, by modernity, enlightenment, by Kantian, by modern Western philosophies, and all of a sudden, everything that we knew as Jews do not function anymore. So we establish a state, and unfortunately, this state, like so many other states around the world, does not really work. We have problems. I mean, state is a problematic issue. Look at America, look at Germany, look at France, look at Italy. Don't look at China because it's yours, okay? Look at other places. And you have a feeling that whatever I'm expecting from my state to deliver, it doesn't always deliver. So people are very disappointed. So we are living in an era in which people are very much afraid. They're afraid of the world order. They're afraid of populist powers. They're afraid of nuclear destruction of the world. They're afraid of global warming. They're afraid that their economy and the pension will not be as the economy of the parents. So all of a sudden, we live in an era in which fear is a driver. No wonder there's so many people, so many cultures around, instead of looking onwards, forwards toward a better future, look backwards into a kind of half a fiction of a glorious past. Donald Trump wants to make America great again. I have no idea when it was great, but he wants to make it great again. Erdogan wants to restore the Ottoman Empire. The Iranians would like to bring back the Persian Empire. Putin is about being the Tsar of the 10th century. The ISIS is about the Khalifa of the 10th and 11th and 12th century glorious Islam. And many of the Jews would like also to go back to a kind of a past. Now, this kind of a past entails something very, very interesting, because the goal is not just to have a better reality. The goal is not just to restore a past that was so glorious, maybe it can repeat itself. The goal of religious messianic forces, at least in Judaism, is to enforce God to come back to history. Most of history is man-made, human-made history. We decide, we do, we fail, we correct, we build, we destroy. It's our responsibility. But here is the motivation. Let's have Messianic Day, eschatological days, end of the days, which means post-history reality. Let's introduce a new reality in which it is not just we humans responsible to our deeds of us humans, but let's bring God back into our life to be our king, to be our ruler, to be our leader. And the way to do it is to accelerate political and historical processes and dynamics, call it Armageddon, call it world conflict, call it a kind of a confusion and even kind of disaster catastrophes, in order to enforce God to move from an indifferent position or uninvolved position into a very involved one. What happened in Judaism is that for so many thousands of years, almost 2,000 years, Judaism was impossible to have the political tools. We didn't have a state. We didn't have a location. We were spread all over the world. I mean, we were from Harbin in China to Warsaw in Poland, to Marrakesh in Morocco, to Sana'a in Yemen, you name it. We've been all over the place, but we never had the political power. Now, all of a sudden, after 2,000 years, we have a merger. We have a meeting between the power of the state, and it is a very powerful state, not just militarily power, but economic one, cultural one, and even religious one, and the religious idea and the messianic ideas, and the merger between the power of the state and the energy of the messianic ideology creates a situation in which all of a sudden you find more and more people in politics, and there more and more political parties who promote the messianic agenda and the messianic platform in many, many ways. It goes to education, it goes to settling the land, it goes to deprivation of intellectual, cultural, spiritual rights of people who do not agree with them. It goes to comprehensive conflict with the other people, the Palestinian one, who claims for the same piece of land, which is so essential for the Messianic Jewish idea, because by the Messianic Jewish idea, you need a merger, you need a fusion of three elements: one God, one people in one land. So the land they want all for themselves, and therefore the Palestinians are an obstacle. One people, we are here, and let's hope eventually the people will be united, so they hope, behind their idea. Now, the only one little thing left is to bring back God into the equation. So between God and people and land, the Messianic idea has a launching pad we never had before. Combine all of this together, which is catastrophic reality, historical confusing environment all over the globe, not just here in the Middle East. Wherever you turn your eyes, you see problems, you see confusion, you see perplexions. Plus political power, plus 2,000 years of preparations towards this moment, and you understand how all of a sudden a genie that was dormant and sleepy and dreamy for so many years, all of a sudden wakes up, opens its eyes and say, okay, I'm ready. And therefore, you have today in Israel and today in the Jewish world, couple of variations or couple of versions of not just the messianic idea, but what kind of messianic idea? Will it be a national messianism? Will it be just religious messianism? Will it be universal one for the entire humankind? Will it be just particular for us only? And not only messianism as a very active political power, you also have a struggle within the messianic school of thought. What kind of messianism eventually will take over and will lead the people onwards? Just to put things in proportion, yes, they are very vocal. Yes, they are very influential. Yes, they are very powerful. No, they are not the majority. No, they are not the, and they are not the I will say they are not the public common wisdom and common shared value. Very influential, very involved, but yet and still the overwhelming majority of Israelis and the overwhelming majority of Jews all over the world might be traditionalists, might be observant, might be religious, but basically and conceptually rationalist, living within the rational world, and do not expect any acceleration of end of the days eschatological vision or any kind of Armageddon for the betterment of humanity. We believe in history, we are back to history, and we want it to function, but function better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. Thank you for your excellent speech. And okay, let's move on with our next caller, Dr. Lei Yu. Dr. Lei Yu is a full professor in the School of History and the director of the Center of Israel Studies at Northwest University. Her research focuses on Israeli politics and parties. She has co-authored several books and published many articles on the history of politics and the development of parties in Israel. Her topic today is Israeli religious parties and the roots of their extraordinary influence. Let's welcome Dr. Lei Yu.
能听到吗？
可以。
我怎么没有找到我的那个图像嘞？那我就这样说了吧，你能看到吧？
我能看到，名字。
不好意思，我刚才打给OK， 那现在呢？
看到您了。
现在可以了是吧？
看到您了。
好的，好，那我就开始了啊。
好，
OK. I found it. Okay, I got it. Okay. Dear colleagues and friends, good morning and good afternoon. I'm very honored to be invited and participate in the forum. It's my pleasure to meet all of you. I'd especially like to thank the organizers and Professor Fu. Okay. I really appreciate the opportunity to introduce my paper. Israeli religious parties and the roots of their extraordinary influence. Due to the limited of time, I will only talk about the roots of the Israeli religion parties' extraordinary influence. Generally speaking, in Israeli politics, religious parties punch well above their weight and have always weighed influence above their weight. There are two foundational causes. Entrenched base of Israel religion parties. The first. The second is the electoral system of Knesset. First, Israeli religion parties have had deep roots since the pre-state period, issue for period. For the developed courses, for the development causes of each parties before the establishment of the state of Israel, issue has formed a situation of multiple party existed.
雷老师，雷老师，哎，雷老师，
对的，
刚
才
您请继续，对，您继续，您请继续。
哦 ，OK， OK， the religion, in issue period, the religion world is divided into two major parties. The spiritual center system and the Orthodox movement system. The religion parties devote themselves to the Jewish Zionism movement, which had strong religious overtone, such as establishment of the chief rabbinate, the establishment of school, business, in accordance with the Jewish tradition, and even military organizations for a time. Religion parties play an important role in the Zionism movement and the construction of the issue became the foundation of the irrelevant and the religion parties after establishment of the Israel. After the founding of the state of Israel, Judaism achieved a greater development and became a religion based with a sound management system. The rabbinic central directorate headed by chief rabbis, Sephardi and Ashkenaz, holds the highest religion authority and handle mental councils Judaism through the religion court, schools, and the new media, and so on. The two systems continued and divided and combined, gradually formed the United Religion Fronts, national religion parties, chess, and so on. That is the first major reason. Another reason is the electoral system of Knesset. Absolutely proportional representation in single member district of institution, guaranteeing that religion parties have extraordinary influence. In 1958, the Knesset adopted the basic law, Knesset, which provided for a single constituency proportional representation system for Knesset electorate. Israel political system is based on multi-party system. Each party submits a list of candidates to the Central Electoral Commission, and the voting cast their ballot for the candidate list. Any party winning 3.25% of the total vote is assured representation. At the beginning, the minimum required for a party to win a Knesset seat was only as low as 0.83%. So many parties could easily cross the threshold. Under the system, religion parties are never absent from the Knesset. Orthodox Jews and some East Jews are only voting for religion parties, and their MK members maintain updated upward trend. In the 25th Knesset, the current Knesset, religion parties such as religion Zionism holds 14 seats, Shas has 11 seats, and United Torah Judaism owns 7 seats. The result of election for Knesset are similar, that there are many parties in the Knesset and the seats are scattered. All governments to date have been based on coalition of several parties, since no party and group has ever received enough Knesset seat to form a government by itself. So every government is a coalition government. Except Simon Peres, the 26th government, Netanyahu governments, Netanyahu's 33rd governments, and Bennett Lapid's government, and the last government, the 35th government, the religious parties, except that 3 governments, except the above 3 governments, all the governments are the coalition governments. The religion parties have joined in, except the 3 apartments. The religion parties have been the best partner in every coalition government. On December 29, 2022, all these 3 governments, all these 3 religion parties in 25th Knesset joined Netanyahu's government. They will play an important role in the government in the future. Normally, all parties in the coalition together have just over half the seats in the parliament. And any withdrawal by the parties could lead to cabinet crisis. So the role of the religion parties is far beyond their own stress and has been exerted extraordinary influence, influencing the stable of the government and the implementary, demonstrative and foreign policies to certain existed. Religion parties stand for on Judaism's territorial diplomacy, economic and other issues, result frequently crisis in the Israel cabinet and even a collapse of the government. For example, here I have 3, for example. The first, the issue of Jewish education, which religious parties countered, led to dissolution of Israel first government. The first government collapsed by the Jewish issues, by the religion parties withdrew. On June 22nd, 1950, the protest of the government failure to address the issue of Jewish education for the children of the Jewish immigrants. The minister of the 3 parties resigned. The cabinet collapsed on October 5th, despite attempts by Ben-Gurion to decided. Second, the Sabbath issue brought down would brought down governments. For example, Rabin's government at last on Friday, December 10th, 1976, Prime Minister Rabin and his minister attended the ceremony at the air base to welcome the first F-16 fighter jets arrived in Israel from the United States. The religion parties failed a notion of no confidence in the government for violated supported rulers. Parliament passed a vote of no confidence, 55-45. The Prime Minister Rabin was forced to resign. So many say the 5/16's other achievement was blow up the Labour government, which had been in power for 29 years. Religion parties even seriously hindered the Middle East peace progress. In 1999, 3 religion parties, they have 27 seats in the Knesset. They joined the Barak's coalition government, exerted their influence. Despite their different attitude towards Israeli-Palestine peace talkers. All this threatened of the Prime Minister by withdrawal from the cabinet. So the Middle East process was hindered. National on the basic law, national election on the Knesset, Israel parliament are held once every 4 years, unless circumstances called for early election. However, there are so many circumstances. Only 7 parliamentary completed their 4-year term, such as the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, 11th, 20th Knesset. Others all elected earlier. Only 7 parliamentary completed their 4-year terms. In the case of coalition government, even few survived by 4-year term. The government also of Israel's 25 parliamentary, 37 governments have been formed. Israel just have 25 parliaments, but they have 37 governments. With only Gordon Mayer's government, and the 5th government, and then Menahem Begin's government, the 18th government, completed their 4-year terms, only 2 governments. Almost half of the governments have been dissolved by the withdrawal of the religion parties. The fragility of the coalition and has seriously affected the function of the state machines, makes it difficult to formulate the clear, bold, and consistent politics, or even a constitution that reflects the will of the majority of the citizens. The current system of parliamentary democracy is the constant of the existence of religion parties in Israel. It is the most reliable and powerful guarantee for religion parties. It's almost impossible to pass any reform measure that directly or indirectly harm the interests of the religion parties. As far as the Israeli parties is concerned, religion parties will continue to exert their outside influence extraordinary. Although their scope to further expansion its particular life is limited. And that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lei Yu, for your excellent speech. Okay, in the past two speeches, Mr. Berg, and he explored the ideas of the Jewish Messianic idea and the version of its state to the current situation in Israel. He points out the conflicts and values of an historical and religious ideas to a modern era, to the modern establishment and construction of Israeli state. And Dr. Lei Yu, in her speech, she explored the reasons why Israeli political parties have the extraordinary influence in Israel political system, and she explained the questions from the history of parties development and the religious parties relationship with other parties in Israel. And I think those two speeches can give us a very clear picture of the main characters of Israeli politics. And now let's move on to the third presentation with Ms. Zhang Xuan. Ms. Zhang Xuan is a PhD candidate at the School of International Relations and Public Affairs at Fudan University. She specializes in international politics, and her interests include Israeli party politics, religion and state in Israel, and the Israeli nation building and state building process. And her topic is the political dilemma, religion and polarized identity politics in Israel. Let's welcome Ms. Zhang Xuan.
Okay, thank you for your introduction. I'm sharing my screen. Is it available here?
Yes, it's very clear.
We can see it.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Zhang Xuan. It's my honor, and I'm feeling grateful to have this opportunity to speak here and to present my research about the political dilemma, religion, and polarized identity politics in Israel. So here is the main structure of my presentation. So the first part I will discuss on the formation and division of the Jewish identity. And secondly, I will move to focus on the Jewishness and the problem of religion and state in Israel. And thirdly, I will have a brief introduction of the polarized identity politics. And the last part is about the future of the Israeli political spectrum. So as we all know that Israel, since its establishment in 1948, it has been considered a state built according to the modern Western democratic political system. But however, the state of Israel was developed from the Zionist movement, and the core ideology of it is the legitimacy of the Jewish people to return to the promised land as known as the homeland for the Jewish people. So this national historical narrative of Israel are based on these religious classics. And this history of Israel often begin its narrative from the biblical times. Until this day, speeches by many Israeli leaders on major political events frequently quote from the Hebrew Bible to link this modern Jew and modern Israel to the ancient Israel and the ancient Israelite people. So this connection was aiming at affirming that this Jewishness of the modern Israeli state is consistent with the ancient Israel, thereby to emphasize the legitimacy of this state. So from the Zionist movement to the establishment of the state, these narratives derived from the Jewish religious texts have provided the basis of Israel's political legitimacy and national identity. And in this process of state building, there are so many factions factions, and there are secular religious and secular Zionists and religious Zionists. And the Jewish religious texts have provided them with a common goal. So in this process, all of those different factions, they interpreted the meaning, the concept of Jewishness in different ways. And their goal of rebuilding Israel have constructed a common national identity within all those factions, which at that time somehow obscured the differences among these factions, while the struggle at that time against the so-called outsiders, namely the Arabs, provided the underpinning for preserving this collective identity. However, this common goal could not really solve the problems. The ideological differences and social cleavages of various factions gradually emerged within the political construction and the social development. So Israel has a multi-party system, and its voters are divided, in my view, along the lines of their political identity. And this is closely related to the demographic of Israel. And this data was from 2022, December, quoted from the CBS. So now in Israel, there are 73% of Jews and 21% of Arabs, and each group could be subdivided. Like the Jews, there are Ashkenazim and Sephardim, and from the perspective of religion, there are the Ultra-Orthodox, the Haredi group, and it can also be subdivided into the Lithuanian Hasidic and Sephardic Haredim. And within the religious Zionists, they are also subdivided as some moderate and some more extreme far-right groups. And within the traditional group, there are Hadalim. Most of them are Sephardim, and they are also the secular group. So my study argues that the emergence of the social cleavage within Israel stems from the polarization of the voters' identity, and the differences in their political stance are essentially related to how they interpreted and practiced the Jewishness within and outside of Israel. So, talk about the Jewishness. As I mentioned, in the process of Israel's state building, the close relation between religion and the national identity have resulted in the Judaism being embedded in the Israeli identity. So although the historical, cultural, and traditional factors contained in the Jewish mythological narratives have been respected by vast majority of Israeli citizens, religious and secular groups have been have very different political demands. So just like this, I quoted from an article from the Jerusalem Post. So in 1950, then Minister of Social Welfare, he came from the Haredi community. He addressed in a cabinet meeting that if we face the choice of transgressing the laws of Moses or the laws of the state, we will violate the laws of the state, not those of Moses. So this speech clearly showed the social cleavage. In 1947, there was a status quo agreement reached by David Ben-Gurion and Agudat Israel, and they delegated control over certain individual, social, and political life to religious authorities. For example, conversion according to Halakha is one of the main ways of defining who is a Jew. About 400,000 Jewish Israeli citizens who are unable to obtain the halakhic Jewish identities. They serve in the army. They are really integrated in the society, but they cannot get the halakhic marriage and other civil rights, which is weakening their identification with this country. And when Israel was founded, the Ultra-Orthodox numbered fewer than 40,000. they were exempted from the military service. But as of early 2023, this year, Israel's ultra-Orthodox population has reached 1.28 million. And it is estimated that this number will increase to 16% of the total population of this country by 2030. So these are all very like serious social cleavages that emerge inside of the Israeli society. And when it comes to education, the vast majority of Haredi youth study in private religious schools where core courses like math, English, and science are neglected. A research last year found that 53% of Haredi male rated their English skill as poor or zero. Only 51% of Haredi men were employed, with 35% of them in very low-paid part-time jobs. So there are also like civil law and rabbinate court and Shabbat kosher, all those problems existed. So this compromise of religion and politics based on the status quo agreement, they were aiming at bridging these social cleavages in the early days of the early days of the state. So Jewishness once played as a positive role in constructing the national identity, but the divisions between different factions have gradually widened the cleavages, just like this contradiction between the religion and state. So under the influence of pluralistic identities, besides religious and secular, there are also these three other groups of social cleavages. The Arab-Jewish conflict in Israel intensified during the Intifadas, marginalized since the Arab Spring, but broke out again in May 2021 in the mixed cities in Israel. Currently, many Arab citizens in Israel have always had a problem with their own identity because they have the Israeli citizenship, but they have the Palestinian national identity. So any deterioration of the security situation will intensify the conflict between these two identities. And closely related to this Arab-Jewish conflict is the struggle between the ideological left and right wingers in Israel. The central issue that divides this ideology is the Israeli-Palestinian issue, containing like maintaining control over the land, keeping settlements in they're called Samaria and Judea, and ensuring an absolute Jewish voting majority to maintain the Jewishness of the state. And in recent years, the long-standing rift between Ashkenazim and Sephardim seems to have become less important, but it still impacts Israel's political structure because like now the center-left camp, like Yesh Atid, Meretz, and Labor, those parties are they have overwhelmingly Ashkenazi voters. And on the other hand, almost all Shas voters and the vast majority of Likud voters are Sephardim. So these four social cleavages, they overlap and influence each other and increase the political fragmentation in Israel. Beginning in 2019, Israel experienced 5 elections in a row held in 3.5 years. And every election had been mirrored in a season battle between the political blocs. Although the right-wing and religious alliance led by Netanyahu, who won the election last year and formed a government, it has not yet stopped the widening of the social cleavages. So based on those analysis, here I have 2 arguments about the prospect of the Israeli political system. So the first one is, as we can see in this picture, the data this is quoted from Dr. Dalia Shentlin. So since the second Intifada, the Israeli political ecology has been shifting to the right. We can see the data here after Hamas controlled Gaza and during Netanyahu's long terms in office, there were operations and wars against Gaza, and there you can see here 2021 after the clash between Israeli Jews and Arabs, there is a very clear trend of the increasing of right-wing voters. So this means Israelis are paying more attention to security, and they are caring more about the land, the territory, and they care more about the country's Jewishness. And the second argument, based on the first one, is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is often intertwined with the religious agenda, which made it a long-term trend of the right-wing and religious alignment. So there are 95% of religious Zionists and 70% of traditionalists define themselves as right-wing. And since we can see on the picture, the birth rate of the Haredim are extremely high. And this tendency is showing that the right wings will constitute the largest group among the Israeli youth for a long time. And as mentioned by Mr. Berg, the ideas of Messianic redemption and also the combination of the idea of Greater Israel are important driving forces for the religious, especially religious Zionists. And the surge of important support for the religious Zionist party recently was caused also by this right-wing leaning political ecology. And another factor contributed to this rise of religious Zionist party is a new group of swing voters who traditionally voted for Mafdal and then Beit HaYehudi and then Yamina. So the ideology of the religious Zionists, they lay on the right wing of the political spectrum. After Yamina chose to align with the left, with the center left and Arab parties to form a government in 2021, the right wing voters of the religious Zionist group believe that their ideology was betrayed. So even though the policies of the religious Zionist party of Smotrich and Ben-Gvir were somehow too extreme for some religious Zionists, the party still largely filled this political vacuum. And at present, religious denominations have an important influence on the Israeli foreign policies. And this influence still show a growing trend in the future, because while the Haredi, the ultra-Orthodox parties, they always align with the large parties that could meet with their religious and economic demands. And the religious Zionist party, they tend to choose allies that are most likely to strengthen the settlements. So based on those two political demands, the secular, liberal, center-left camp, they seems could never provide more political support to the religious parties than the right-wing camp. Therefore, it is showing this long-term trend of right-wing and religious alignment. So the conclusion of my research is, firstly, the Jewishness derived from the religious text once played a role of uniting this nation and to have the cohesiveness of Israel. However, the emphasis on religious narratives also led to the problem of state and religion, which in turn became an important of social cleavage, which resulted in less solidarity and greater polarization in Israel. And the social divisions, and we could see the mass protection in Israel in 2023, there were excessively like 18 weeks of protest against the judicial reform or judicial overhaul, depends on where you stand, are also marked by this confrontation between religious and secular, Ashkenazim and Sephardim, and left and right. So the key issue, I think, here in the Israeli society remains the Jewishness of Israel, like which, like each faction, they have their own way to explain this concept of Jewishness, and they have their own like policies to practice Jewishness internally and externally. Well, so this is my research about the religion and identity politics. It is a part of my PhD thesis, which focuses on the mythological narrative in the state building of Israel. And in my research, the God-people-land relation is also an important link, as mentioned by Mr. Berg. And actually, I'm going to defend my thesis tomorrow. If time permits, I would like to welcome questions and comments. Thank you.
Okay, we will save the questions in the end of this session. Thank you, Ms. Zhang Xuan, for your excellent and interesting presentation. And so now we move on to the next presenter, Ms. Tianhai Yan. She is a PhD candidate in Jewish Studies at the Center for Judaic and Interreligious Studies at Shandong University. And her topic is accommodation and adaptation, the political path to the Mizrahi Party. Welcome, Ms. Tianhai Yan.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon. I'm glad to introduce my topic, Mizrahi Party. I want to say that secularization theory predicted the massive religion, but scholars challenged its assumptions as a religious revival become evident. Religion remains a contentious factor in both private and public life in Israel. The complexity of contemporary religious secular relations reminds us that modernity does not necessarily lead to secularization, but can bring about pluralism. My focus is on the Mizrahi movement, which emerged from the religious Zionist movement in Europe during the late 19th century. In a post-secular age, religious and secular worldviews coexist while struggling for power and influence. The analysis of this party begins with an examination of its historical context. The encounter between Jewish religion, Jewish tradition, and modernity gave rise to two responses. Orthodox rejection of modern value and modern orthodoxy's acceptance of them. Religious Zionism represents the later response, with its thinkers grappling for the outset with questions of modernity in both ideology and practice. They had to reconcile traditional messianic ideas with modern Zionist values and redefine exile and redemptions in the context of a nationalist revival, while also navigating how to coexist with secularists. Mizrahi integrated nationalism and the nation state into the messianic redemption's religious framework, which has established by religious leaders of Hebat Zion, such as Rabbi Kalisher and El Claire. However, Renis, the founder of the Mizrahi, adopted an ideology that reflects clear pragmatic perceptions of a Zionist goal. The Zionist awakening was perceived by Renis as a pragmatic solution for the suffering of Jews in exile, rather than a sign of imminent messianic redemption. It is Rabbi Kook who integrated the Zionist movement into a messianic framework, thereby making the settlements of Israel part of the religious practice. He interpreted Jewish nationalism theologically and saw secular nationalism as unstable, implying that Zionism was a temporary state until it returned to its religious roots through settlements in Israel. However, this political interpretation is a weak point in religious Zionist worldview. The main ideological debate between the religious and secular Zionism is whether the future Jewish state will be religious or secular. They differ on the ultimate vision of the nationalist movement. Secular Zionism, with its secular messianism, sought a modern secular state separated from religion, while religious Zionists desired a Jewish state, a nation state to be created. These different political visions caused competition in political practice. That was why Rabbi Kook's follower, particularly Gush Eminim, strongly opposed the government's territorial compromise due to the sanctity of the territory. They viewed any territorial compromise as a deviation from the messianic redemption goals. as a leader of the Mizrahi Young movement in Germany, Leibowitz also tried to integrate tradition and modernity, Holocaust and democracy, striving to establish a democratic halachic community. But later he came out strongly against the secular tendencies of the state of Israel. In political practice, although Mizrahi also adopted the modern political forms of the establishing the political parties, it lacked the strong political organizations and institutions needed for the large-scale political mobilization. It is weaker than secular Zionism, relying on face-to-face alliance negotiations and often forced to compromise. After Israel's independence, Mizrahi accepted the political hegemony of Mapai. Therefore, the status quo formed by the mutual compromise between religion and secular during the period issue became the institutionalized framework for dealing with the religion-secular relationship in the political realm of the Israel. From 1948 to 1977, Mizrahi became a party in the political system, continuing its historical aliens with Mapai. Mizrahi and Hapach Mizrahi merged in 1976 to form the National Religious Party, or NRP. At that time, Israel was the dominant party system under the hegemony of the Labour Party as a weak religious party. The best political strategy for NRP is to join the coalition formed by the dominating party. The NRP regularly made a deal with Labour to support Labour in votes. In exchange for budgetary goals as well as the status quo on personal status issues. In other words, the status quo was to be respected, as well as financial support for the religious education network. This compromise worked because NRP was very focused about its priority and only raised the debate when issues specific to this priority came into conflict with Labour's own policy goals. The three cabinet crises of 1940 to 1941 provided information on how Mizrahi and the secular Labour Party interacted in early Israeli politics, which ministries were held by each, and what kind of religious secular patterns were formed. Moshe Shapira represents the moderate leadership of NRP, limiting the political agenda to the religious sphere defined by the status quo. During this period, the sanctity of the land of Israel was not high on the agenda of the NRP. The party adopted and identified with the statist principles of the Labour Party because it recognized that its primary responsibility in Israeli politics due to its weak strength was to protect religion's place in the state and promote the interests of different religious groups. It was not capable of leading the country's political agenda. The 6-Day War in 1967 brought significant changes to Israeli society, including debates on occupied territory, a shift in political pattern and a power reorganization, as well as a change in the political directions of NRP. The Yom Kippur War in 1973 accelerated the decline of the Labour's hegemony, broke the pattern of war, and transformed the political system from a dominant party system to a competitive one. Subsequent to the shift in the political landscape in 1977, the NRP fractured and several new religious parties were formed. Simultaneously, the tone and the texture of a political debate shifted towards new issues within both the legislature and the society as a whole. It was the rise of one particular faction, the Young faction, which led to the internal fracturing of the NRP. However, it was not until the Labour Party lost the 1977 election that the opportunity presented itself externally for factions within in NRP to go their own way. The Young faith faction was established in the 1960s as a result of resentment on the part of young NRP members against the reluctance of the veteran leaders to hold elections, the party commission. The young faction had come up through the ranks of the party's religious education system and the Bnei Akiva young movement, and represented the essence of what Rav Kook had envisioned for religious Zionists and its future. Two specific events within the party and one external event sharply defined the end of the untested NRP hegemony over religious politics. The first was the establishment of a group known as Gush Eminim, or the Bloc of the Faithful, in the mid-1970s, aiming at settling the territories occupied by the Israel in the 60 War. The sense of urgency this group felt was exacerbated by the Yom Kippur War. There was a controversy. There was controversy with the NRP's young fiction and other members over whether it was appropriate to join the Labour government in late 1973. The most decisive turning point in NRP's fortune occurred as a result of the 1977 election upset in which Likud won the right to form a government. At this point, the young fiction had succeeded in promoting the hawkish policy stance concerning the West Bank and become more interested not only in preserving the status quo, but in expanding the role of religious law over various sectors in the state. They could provide an ideological alternative to these religious voters, primarily concerned with territorial issues as opposed to these surrounding religious law. The rise of the territorial question as a prominent topic in Israel political debate, along with the latent conflict with NRP, resulted in decrease in electoral support for the party, and its loss of several seats in the 1981 election. Several new religious nationalist parties began to appear on the scene, taking a vote from the NRP. This includes the Taimi, Tahia, Zomet, Moladit. The fact that the young guard chose to focus on territorial issues rather than matter.
I'm sorry to bother you, Ms. Tian. Please pay attention to the time. We will have 2 more minutes for you, okay?
Okay. With the liberalization of Israel's society and the economy, social class differentiation has increased the emergence of a new middle class within the national religious camp, as well as the diverse settlement and the lifestyle among groups in the settlement movement have led to a pluralistic trend in religious Zionist ideology. The new reality sparks the debate with religious Zionism, leading many supporters to shift towards becoming the governing party and advocating for a secular coalition. The Yamina Party was formed with this goal in mind, and in 2021, its leader, Naftali Bennett became the first religious Zionist leader to challenge and ultimately replace Netanyahu as prime minister. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Tian Haiyan. Okay, now we have 5 minutes for questions and discussions. So if any of you have questions, please feel free to ask. Ms. Professor Acheli Haliva, bevakasha.
Yes, thank you. I had a question for Boom, but I don't see him here. Let's hope he will join in a second. But for now, I have a question for Chang Xuan, so the third speaker. One remark and one question. So the remark is about the quotation the Jerusalem Post, that the religious Haredi Jews prefer to preserve the law of Moses rather than the law of the state. It should be noted that in reality, it doesn't work, right? Because you don't see any Haredim stoning secular Jews for not observing the Sabbath, right? So I think it should be kept in a very like a a grain of salt as an apologetic stance for their own society. That would be the remark. And the question is about your concept of Jewishness, which you indicated that it is dividing sub-societies in Israel. I'm just wondering what kind of definition you have for Jewishness, because I can assure you that my Jewishness is completely, but really completely different, if not completely opposite to Ben Gvir and Smotrich Jewishness. So I'm just wondering what kind of definition you follow when you argue that the concept or the notion Jewishness is dividing the sub-societies in Israel. Thank you.
So, am I going to respond here?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Thank you for your comment and your question. So first, about your comment, I quoted here. It means like I agree with this idea that there is like a perspective from the Haredim society that they would choose to observe the halachic law rather than the national secular law, and it is for their own group, not to control the other groups of the country. So I mean, in my research, I have like focused on their own perspective of view for how would they like they concern more about their own community rather than like the religious Zionists. They would like to intervene more on the national policy. So this is about your comment. And the question of Jewishness, this is a very important question because like as I have mentioned in my presentation, the interpretation of Jewishness among the different factions are very different. But what is common between among all those factions? I think it is for the vast majority of Jews, they would believe that they had a history that could trace back to the biblical times, that they used to have a nation, a Jewish people that lived on the promised land, and there used to be a history of the Exodus, the kingdom of David, and the temple. So the Jewishness is constructed based on those common beliefs of the common history and the common narratives, and thus it could form a common identity. But then how would different factions interpret this notion on modern times? This is the major difference of their political stance. So this is my point. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think now is the time for us to close this session. Thank you very much to our scholars, and thank you for all your attention and participation. So let's take a 10-minute break. Please come back in 10:40 in Israeli time, and 4:40 in Beijing time, please. Okay, thank you. See you later.
Hi everyone. Hello everybody.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Welcome
we hear you.
back.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, welcome back. I'm Fu Xiaowei from Sichuan International Studies University. I am honored to be the moderator of this session. And our topic for this session is contemporary politics in Israel. And we have 4 distinguished speakers in this session. We are Rabbi Yehoshua Peffer and Professor Wang Yu, Professor Aaron Shai, and Professor Vunia Shavit. And welcome. Now, first, our first speaker, Rabbi Yehoshua Peffer, is the head of Haredi Israel Division at the Tikva Fund. He has written numerous books and articles on different subjects of Jewish norm and sort, and teaches at Hebrew University and the Herzliya Interdisciplinary Center. And the title of his speech is The Political Crisis in Israel from Ultra-Orthodox Viewpoint. Welcome, Rabbi, please. Can I see you?
The thing is, we don't see the rabbi, and I think he has a problem with his connectivity. So what I suggest is perhaps, if possible, we move maybe to the next speaker with the hope that by the time the next lecture ends, he will already be able to join us.
Okay, so our first speaker will be Professor Wang Yu. Are you ready, Wang Yu? Hi.
Hi, one moment. I don't know, but I need to adjust the.
Okay. Just a few minutes. Professor Wang Yu is the director of the Institute of Israel and Jewish Studies at Peking University. And she is also a research member of the Shandong University, Tel Aviv University Joint Institute for Jewish and Israel Studies. Now, Wang Yu, Professor Wang, are you ready?
Yes, one moment. I will be with you very soon. Okay.
So,
I hope now it's okay.
Okay, we can hear you and we can see you.
Okay, great. Dear colleagues, friends, and students, I'm Wang Yu from Beijing University. I'm very glad to be here. I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers to give us this wonderful opportunity to meet the old friends and the new friends. Where I would start with my topic today with the screen. Okay, can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, today my topic is the Religious Zionist Party and the judicial reform in 2023 in Israel. I would like to start with the legislative elections in November 2022. The Zionist, religious Zionist list, won 14 seats and became the 3rd largest political group in Israel in the Knesset. After entering the Knesset, the list split back into its 3 component parties. Religious Zionist Party led by Bezalel Smotrich, 7 seats. Otzma Yehudit, led by Itamar Ben-Gvir, 6 seats, and the anti-LGBT Noam Party with 1 seat. This joint list was formed thanks to the designer and the broker, the longest serving prime minister in Israel, Mr. Netanyahu. It was him who urged the religious Zionist parties to run together so as to avoid wasting the right-wing votes. The electoral bloc formed under Netanyahu's pressure achieved remarkable results for the right-wing camp. It maximized the utilization of the camp's votes, which, coupled with the electoral failure of the left-wing parties, Balad and Meretz, ensured the stunning victory of the right in the Knesset elections. Another surprising result of the elections was the dramatic empowerment of the radical religious Zionist movement, which was until now a fairly marginal player in Israeli politics. Okay, I would like to speak some words also about the religious Zionist movement. The National Religious Party, NRP, Mafdala in Hebrew, represented this movement throughout much of the 20th century. It had been a member of almost every government coalition, except the two labor governments in the 90s and the Kadima government. The religious Zionist movement was battered throughout much of the 21st century in the wake of endless splits and the final dissolution of the National Religious Party in 2008. The religious Zionist votes scattered among different parties and alliances, such as Jewish Home, National Union to Kuma, New Right, United Right, Yamina, and so forth. The major change came in 2021. The Yamina party, led by Naftali Bennett, won 7 seats in the elections and joined the multi-party coalition, which was united primarily by the desire to unseat Netanyahu. Bennett's decision to join the coalition with the center-left wing parties, including even an Arab party, brought him the enormous short-term gain, becoming Israel's prime minister with only 7 seats. This came, however, at the expense of alienating his right-wing base and ruling his political future as the leader of the religious Zionist movement. Eventually, his failure to maintain this fragile coalition and his subsequent retirement from the political life have paved the way to the great success for the religious Zionist party, rebranded name of Tekuma since 2021, led by Bezalel Smotrich. In the elections in November 2022, this religious Zionist party list succeeded to position itself as the sole representative of the religious Zionist movement as a whole, because Bennett's former party, Yamina, led by Ayelet Shaked, did not pass the electoral threshold. Within 2 years, the religious Zionist party led and pro-Netanyahu list turned from a marginal opposition party into the primary coalition partner of Likud. The party took several important ministerial positions, including the Minister of Finance, a position assigned to Smotrich, and the Minister of National Security to Ben-Gvir. The major result of the overwhelming success of pro-Netanyahu coalition was the rapid initiation of judicial reforms aimed at solidifying the right-wing success. A series of changes to the judicial system and the governance norms was proposed. In a few months, about 3,000 proposals were put on the table of the 25th Knesset, and among them, no less the coalition members put forward no less than 141 proposals related to the new government arrangement and the changing power of judiciary. These bills were summarized by Professor Yoval Al-Bashan, and I took them from the Ynet. Of these, 9 proposals were initiated by the religious Zionist party of Smotrich, Most of them, 8 of them, were made by its most active legislator, the chair of the Knesset Committee of Constitution, Law and Justice. Sorry, what is this? Okay. Sorry. And 7 proposals by Otzma Yehudit. It may be useful to briefly survey these proposals because they explain both the depths of potential change in Israel's political fabric, as well as the reasons for the scope of protest movement, which changed Israel's political landscape in the recent months. The proposals can be divided into 3 categories. The first, I would call them the smoke screen proposals. There would be very little chance of them to be approved by the Knesset due to far-reaching consequences on basic political and judicial norms. And here is the examples for the smoke screen proposals. The first one, prohibiting to wave the flag of the Palestinian Authority, 3 years in prison and a fine of at least 5,000 shekels for waving that flag. Immunity of the security forces in operational event. A death penalty to terrorists. Mandatory death penalty for those convicted for terror-related murders. Amendment of student rights. This one is interesting. Expulsion and academic degree denial from a student who expressed support for an armed struggle against Israel and a terrorist organization or wave the flag of the enemy state, terrorist or the PA. Amendment to the education law, also interesting, establishing a committee with authority to fire education staff who are involved in terrorism or are associated with a terrorist organization and a ban on spreading terrorist propaganda in the school. Well, all these 5 proposals, I think it's quite weird because for the first one, insofar as Israel recognized the Palestinian Authority, the chance that this law to be passed is very low. And item 2 and 3 severely curb the court's power. But it's almost impossible to imagine how after decades without using death penalty, Israel will leap to mandatory death penalty, or how the Israeli Defense Force will accept the sweeping domestic immunity, but that will make them vulnerable to the international court's prosecution. And the 4 and 5 items will endanger academic freedom and are expected to be bitterly opposed. So I think the chance are large that these proposals were introduced as smoke screen for really important laws, which are the second and the third categories. Well, the second and the third group of proposed laws are closely related. They are aimed at limiting judicial and other legal control over the government and the Knesset. I shall focus on only the important ones. The first one, remove of minister or deputy minister because of criminal suspicions. This procedure will be made by the Knesset rather than the High Court, Supreme Court, as it is currently. And amendment to immunity of the members of Knesset. The procedure of immunity removal will start also by the Knesset committee rather than Attorney General. Amendment to the government service law. Legal advisors will become the trust appointee of the ministers. Also, so does the Attorney General will be also appointed by the Minister of Justice. upon the ratification by the Constitution, Law and Justice Committee of Knesset. And the last one, amendments to police ordinance. I would focus on this one actually, because this is one of the very few proposed laws that had been passed by the Knesset already. In the meanwhile, it allows the minister Ben-Gvir to intervene into police investigations. One can imagine how his power could influence investigatory policy of the police department, especially on the investigations of Netanyahu alleged corruption cases, and also other investigations of Jewish terrorist activities against the Palestinians. Well, it's still too early to say, but was to mention that the minister himself, Ben-Gvir, was convicted several times for incitement, racism, and supporting Jewish terrorist organizations. The law clearly will change the rules of games in Israeli politics. Sooner or later, it will turn the police department into a tool of the ruling coalition. And also the third category of proposed laws, very famous override bill. The Supreme Court of Justice will be able to invalidate laws only by full and unanimous vote of all its judges. In any case, the Knesset will be able to reinstate a law that was struck down by the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court could not invalidate it again. Amendment of the basic law, the judiciary, changing the composition of the committee for the selection of judges. This one is also very important, and actually it means the power of appointing new judges will be squarely in the government's hand. One does not need much explanation why the new laws ignited the air of broad segments of Israeli public. For all practical reasons, they mean the end of the separation of powers that characterized the state of Israel from the very beginning, and the shift of power decisively to the ruling coalition through the Knesset committees. As is well known, the unprecedented protests in Israel, which spread into the military establishment, caused Netanyahu to postpone the legislation and to start negotiations with the opposition. Well, it's too early now to evaluate how the judicial reform or the so-called legal revolution will proceed and at which pace. But it's very clear that the extreme right-wing groups that had become Netanyahu's major coalition partners did whatever they could to promote the agenda of a new Israel, the one which is free of judicial supervision of the executive power. This is not an exaggeration to conclude that the degree of the reform's success may shape an entirely new type of the state than the one to which we are accustomed in the last decades. Okay, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wang, for your interesting and informative comments. The judicial reform in this year, which has drawn huge attention from all around the world. Thank you. And our second speaker would be Rabbi.
Yeah, only the rabbi has, it's not the start of a joke, but the rabbi has disappeared. We don't know what happened with his internet. So hopefully he will still join us and we'll welcome him, but I guess maybe we'll move on to Professor Shai.
Okay, Professor Aaron Shai.
Yes.
Professor. Yes. Do you still remember me?
Of course. Of course. I just
Nice to see you again.
Yes. Great. Yes.
Professor Aaron Shai is a very famous sinologist in Israel, and he is the former rector of Tel Aviv University, and he's also professor for East Asian Studies in the Department of History and the East Asian Studies of Tel Aviv University. And his speech is, "Can Zionism withstand its inherent conflicts?" Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the organizers, my dear friend Uriah Shavit and Carl Jonker, and of course, all the participants. And I see that the knowledge is so impressive that I feel, quite embarrassed actually to talk about some things I've prepared because really people know so much. And I have an idea that maybe if we encounter more difficulties here in Israel, perhaps we should create a certain group from the participants who should come over to Israel in order to help us solve some of the problems we have, because they do understand so well the problem. My assignment is very, I wouldn't say difficult, but quite challenging, because what I've been asked by Uriah and to talk about, can the Zionist enterprise actually survive its contradictions? So this is a very light assignment, and I'll try to do it in 15 minutes. If we actually follow and study the very beginning of Zionism, we find that from the very beginning, really, it was in fact a multifaceted movement. It was not really one clear thing. And in fact, we had very many splinter groups. And even though it started with Theodor Herzl's somewhat secular ideas, because we know that he emerged really to a great extent by the reaction to anti-Semitism in Europe, and of course the Dreyfus affair, until in fact Dreyfus himself was exonerated by the military commission in 1906. And of course, the rise of nationalist movement and nationalist movements, in fact, in Europe. In other words, what we know is that once the Zionist movement actually got started, we realized that quite a few parties, groups, and splinter groups, as I said, emerged, not to mention, for example, the great debate about Uganda in 1904. Now, I would say that when we talk about the Zionist dream, we actually have to bring into account all these and very wide and interesting groups and powers, political powers, which existed within the Zionist movement. In fact, since Herzl's death in 1904, and until this very day, when I thought about it, when we talk about the 120 years, here in Israel and in the Jewish diaspora, we can detect a variety of colorful views, and let's say from the Ultra-Orthodox, and we have heard about the Ultra-Orthodox from our friends and colleagues here, and we have to remember that this group do not recognize the very existence, or parts of these groups do not recognize the very existence of the state of Israel. This is something really unprecedented all over the world. But they do, as we know now, and we have heard from Wang Yu and others, that in fact they know very well how to get, if not to squeeze and exhaust, really, monies and budgets from the state through their power, political power. And some say, and I believe this is so, they hardly contribute to the GDP of Israel, but still they get quite a lot of budgets and favors from the present government. And I'm talking about the present government, which has been mentioned by our colleagues here. I would say that they are not even Zionists, but in fact they play in the Zionist playground. And some might say they are even anti-Zionist, and we have seen in the past 2-3 days how they burn really the Israeli flag in various demonstrations. And of course, we can carry on and talk about the light or moderate religious parties, which also have been mentioned here, who are themselves being subdivided to various groups, and then we can talk about the socialists, and again, there are splinter groups of all sorts, the communists in Israel, which practically disappeared, or at least the Jewish communists actually practically disappeared, and so many other groups. So in fact, we talk about a variety which we all know and recognize. So the point here, and I think it has been mentioned, that unlike China, the religious aspects are an important element in Zionist and Israeli politics. And if, as someone who has studied China, if we really look at the case of China, and I suggest that perhaps in the future we can expand and talk a little bit more about a comparison between the two countries. In fact, in China, the religious aspect has not been so dominant or even dominant at all. I would just mention, for example, that if Chiang Kai-shek, or in Chinese, Jiang Jieshi or Jiang Xueliang, I've written the biography of Jiang Xueliang, if they converted, as happened in the case of Jiang Xueliang, into Christianity, this was not a major problem or an earthquake, I would say, in the case of China, because really religion is not an important factor in China. We do know, of course, about ideological and regional and other aspects which actually cause splinter groups in China, if we talk about the early days of the nationalist movement there. I think that this point of the involvement or the importance of religion in Israeli politics is something that many people outside Israel are not really aware of, or at least they cannot appreciate or understand fully, because this is really something maybe unique here. Maybe there are other places, but in fact, we have not managed to, we have failed to separate between religion and state. I would like to mention and remind ourselves that in 1949, in fact, 48, 49, we have failed to create a constitution. And in fact, the assembly, which was supposed to create that constitution, actually turned itself into the Israeli parliament without actually achieving the goal that they were elected for. Now, again, I would say that if we look at China, let's say when we talk about Sun Yat-sen and the Tongmenghui, the Alliance Society, which was supposed to expel the Manchus and establish a Chinese republic, we do not see any element, I think, but you can correct me, any religious element there. And the point was really local, regional, sometimes ideological, sometimes personal, but this is a different story. And the different leaders and thinkers maintain different views, of course, we know it, related to how exactly new China should be formed. Once communism came to China, and up to this very day, we know of differences, but as we also know, the issue is not really open for a frank and open discussion. So we know, especially outside of China, of differences, but these differences seem not to exist because of the particular system in China today. And now, at least debate is not encouraged, to put it mildly. But here in Israel, the political contradictions, as we have seen and heard, are well known, and open and have reached a peak. This is something that I would like to emphasize today under the present government and the elections that were mentioned by our friends here, when in fact 10 different parties have managed to send representatives to the Knesset or to the parliament, and a few more have failed to do so, but they are still active outside the parliament, and they are certainly live and kicking. So the question to be asked is whether indeed the Zionist enterprise can survive its contradiction is there, but I think it can survive, and I will come to that in a minute, as long as we have, and this is really my thesis at the moment, as long as we have an external enemy. Just 2 or 3 days ago, we have seen under the operation in Gaza, which is called the Shield and Arrow, we have seen all of a sudden, seemingly, that the country has actually united around the government and its action because of a threat to Israel. And it's not a funny thing, I mean, to think of Israel being attacked by more than 1,500 rockets thrown and injected into Israel in the past few days. And all of a sudden, all these things that we talk about seem to disappear, but they will reemerge in a few days, so you shouldn't really worry about it. Let us remember another thing, which is just a sort of a footnote, that in cases of both Mao Zedong and Ben Gurion, the founding fathers of the modern China and modern Israel, they themselves actually, through their careers, started, when they started, in fact, they have changed their political views, and we know that Mao himself, was debating at the very early stage of his career, certainly Ben Gurion, and until they actually landed in their well-known and accepted theories. But this is, again, another topic which is quite interesting to look at. But I think that everyone knows that Ben Gurion has changed, and I think Uriah knows it very well throughout his early career. In Israel today, we face a very critical situation, and those who follow, and certainly will follow still, events here in Israel today, and certainly I'm talking about these very weeks events concerning the operation which I mentioned, the Shield and Arrow, know and see so many things which come and emerge and rise so clearly. So in fact, we are talking not only of different, but also of opposing political views which exist here. And it troubles most of us, no matter to what camp or what party they belong, because Israel at the moment seems to be torn by very different views and ideologies. We witness weeks upon weeks of huge demonstrations, which all of you have followed, against the government on the basis of the government's attempts, and it was mentioned, at judicial reforms, etc., which were mentioned here by Wang Yu and others. These are being objected to by 1/2 or even more than 1/2 of the population. So in fact, we are not talking only about a sort of a theoretical or a sort of historical analysis of various groups, but we actually live history because we see the differences actually emerge every day, every Saturday evening, the demonstrations and so on. Now, the opposition and the demonstrators see the government's initiative as an actual coup d'etat, as they say in French, or coup, or a certain revolution from above, staged from above, and favoring, as it was mentioned here, the Orthodox and the religious parties because of the situation, the political situation, and the balance of power within the Knesset, and we know this very well. And in fact, they believe that the opponents or the demonstrators, that almost all the values we have cherished up to now are in fact turned upside down. And this is something that never happened, and I can witness that because I followed, of course, Israeli politics since I was born. And in fact, this time, the feeling is that they are going to turn things upside down. It's not a tiny change here and there. And if indeed all the measures, and I hope it would not happen, all the measures the government hopes to carry out in Israel, Israel is not going to be the same, and many say it's not going to be a full and ideal democratic. If we examine the case very closely, we see that again, the religious element is dominant, and you cannot talk about Israeli politics without the religious element, and this has been done by our colleagues here. The religious aspects come up daily, as I said, and emerge every day today because of the Orthodox and the religious leverage which they have, and they manage to squeeze and demand more and more daily. I'm sorry that I'm not talking, very moderately about it, but I think that what I say is quite clear. I mean, every day we see budgets actually going. And also, let me remind ourselves that today, this very hour that we are talking, Israel is in the midst of an almost general strike carried out by local authorities and municipalities who actually object to the fact that the government would take part of their local budget, in other words, monies which they raise within their municipality or local townships or whatever it is, and pass it over to the government because the government needs even more money to, they claim, give it to the weaker municipalities and local townships, etc. While we know that, in fact, when we examine these weak institutions or localities, in fact, they are mainly religious or Orthodox. And the idea is that what we are afraid of, and now I'm not talking only as an academician, even though most academics actually participate in the demonstrators. And again, it's very interesting to see the division between these two camps of pro-government and anti-government camps or groups. They are afraid of the creation of theocratic state based to a great extent on the traditional Jewish law. I mean, we have the Jewish law, and the Jewish law is present in Israeli politics today, but the question is whether they go another advance and to another stage altogether. I would even say that the idea we see daily is to adhere to some of the biblical, straightforward biblical laws, which we actually object. And this is something which worries many. And another element which you all know is the prospects when we talk about demography. In other words, we do have very serious predictions concerning the demographic situation in Israel, let's say within the 10, 20, or 30 years, where in fact we can reach a situation where 30 or 40, I will not get into it. I'm finishing in 2 minutes.
Okay.
You see, right, I have a minute and a half, or don't I? Okay, so in fact, this tears the country apart. And I would say that when we return to the basic question, which I was asked to relate to, whether the Zionist enterprise can survive its contradiction, I think it can survive, but unfortunately, I think that this can happen as long as we have an external enemy threatening us and attempting to destroy the very existence of Israel and the Zionist idea. In this respect, and here I finish, this is my last sentence for you. In this respect, I think that Iran and more radical elements in the Palestinian world and of course, Uriah is an expert on this, paradoxically, by their actions and by their very sort of difficult and unyielding policies, actually contribute to the overcoming in Israel of crucial contradiction within the Zionist enterprise, and they create, as we have seen last week, a certain cohesion of the national identity in Israel. This is really my thesis. Otherwise, if there is peace, and this is really worrisome, if there is really peace all over the place, I'm afraid that we are going to tear each other apart. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your wonderful topic. Now we have two other speakers. I'm not so sure whether Rabbi is really there.
I don't see the rabbi. And
okay.
I can only quote Basil Fawlty in this regard. I hope it's nothing trivial.
Okay. So maybe we have three speakers for this session. So next one is Professor Ultra-Orthodox. He is a full professor of Islamic studies at Tel Aviv University, and he serves as the co-head of the Tel Aviv University Joint Institute for Jewish and Israel Studies. His topic is Israel's political crisis as a religious conflict. Is
yes,
Professor?
That is the...
You?
I am the one, yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I'll take off from where Professor Shai left us, which was somewhat of a pessimistic note, I have to say, that we can only survive as long as we have an enemy. But here's the thing. I take it as a given that all participants know about and are aware of the current political situation in Israel. I take it as a given because we saw very impressive knowledge this morning from our colleagues in China. And what I'd like to try and convince you is that the nature of this conflict is religious. That the current conflict in the Israeli public, the current political debate in Israel, is about religion. Now, I have to say, I've been giving lectures across the country in recent months since the crisis began, and it always surprises me how people can overlook the facts that are so obvious, that the nature of the conflict is religious. Let me just say this. In electoral politics, is very crucial to identify definers. And by that I mean that we as people are complicated. We are many different things. We have agenda, we have a socioeconomic position in society, we have philosophies of life, we have a certain relation with regard to religion. We are many things as individuals. But in the end, what is very instrumental for us as social scientists, as political scientists, is to figure out what is the definer, what is the thing that gives me the best prospects of predicting the way you as an individual would act electorally. That is, when you vote, ultimately, why do you vote the way you vote? Now, obviously, you vote the way you vote because of many things, but what is the one thing that's most crucial? Now, some Israelis like to convince themselves that there are two philosophies in Israel with regards to political corruption, the rule of law and the role of the judiciary. And now Israel is divided based on those two philosophies. I would have liked to believe that. The problem is that some of the people who stand at the forefront of the opposition against the government today supported just a decade ago very similar reforms of the judiciary and defended a corrupt prime minister. Not this corrupt prime minister, but another corrupt prime minister who happened to be to their liking. And the current prime minister, who currently leads the effort to change the judiciary and in fact, turn Israel away from being a liberal democracy, 10 years ago, defended that very same judiciary. So you have to be very naive to believe that all these people are acting based on very deeply rooted, deeply seated ideologies regarding the rule of the judiciary. Then another common thesis, and I think we heard a little bit about it here today, is that what defines the way Israelis currently position themselves in the conflict, in the country, is their ethnicity. That those who came to Israel from Muslim countries, known as the Sephardic or the Mizrahis, they tend to support the government. And those who are Ashkenazis, European born, or the parents or grandparents, they are against the government. Now, the problem with this thesis, this thesis of first Israel and second Israel, which I'm sure you've heard about, is that it is simply not aligned with the facts, with what surveys and opinion polls teach us. It is simply not the case. It's not entirely not the case, by the way. But if I had more time, I could convincingly show you that the numbers just don't add up to make this thesis credible. The truth is, the more you are religious on the spectrum of being ultra-Orthodox to being secular atheist, that is the best predictor to know whether at the current time in Israel you support the government or you are against the government. That is a fact. That is a statistical fact. That is not the only reason why I say the current conflict in Israel is about attitudes with regard to religion. But that is, I think, the best demonstration of that statement. The more religious you are, the more you want weaker courts in Israel. The less religious you are, it is more likely that you would like the courts to maintain the authorities they have currently. So the question I would like to focus on is, why is this the case? Now, if you ask people who are pro-government, they will say, we want weaker courts because we want more meaningful democracy. We want the people to decide, not the courts to decide. That would have also been very convincing if it was true. But half the people who support the government are expressly anti-democratic. They say the ideal state that they want is a state where rabbis have the ultimate say in politics and not the people. So obviously we cannot buy this argument. And I think I am only going to touch on one aspect of a very, very complicated issue, but I think we have to recognize that the reason why the ultra-Orthodox and national ultra-Orthodox segments of the Israeli population are positioned where they are positioned on the political spectrum is actually quite simple. That segment of the population enjoys a system of privileges, unprecedented, historically, and incomparable to anything you'll see in any other country. And the only way for them to maintain currently, until they become a majority in the country, to maintain that system of privileges is to have weaker courts and a political system that is structured in a way that makes it almost obvious, almost granted, that they would be in power after any election, or at least that they would be a significant component of any governing coalition. What is this system of privileges, and why is it so crucial? It is based on the following. And this is not comparable to anything you'd see anywhere in the world, including with Jewish communities in other countries. It is based on their ability to maintain an educational system that is funded by the state, but does not prepare people for a life of work, for a life of providing for the basic needs of their families, for a life of contributing to the Israeli economy. An educational system that makes it possible for them not to teach children basic arithmetic, basic English, and the basic skills you need for the modern world. Now, you will find such schools in other countries, although most governments would not allow such schools to exist in the first place. But de facto, you will find such Jewish schools in other countries, but you will not find those schools funded by the government. This is unique for Israel. The second privilege is being exempted from military service. Now, there is a tendency in Israel today to underestimate the importance of that. But the truth is, yes, there are a lot of young people who like to be soldiers. But there are many, many young people who would not like to be soldiers if they were given the option to choose whether to be or not to be soldier, to be or not to be recruited. So that is a huge privilege, that you know that you will not risk your life when you are young, and that it's not just about risking life, it's about accommodating military life, which is something that is not easy to do, especially for this generation. That is a huge privilege. The third privilege is that those communities live the lives of enclave societies without paying a price for that. And let me explain what I mean. When we use in religious studies the term enclave society, we don't mean a physical enclave necessarily, that there is a wall, physical wall between you and the others, but a mental one, that you teach your children that everyone else is morally corrupt. And even if they're doing better financially, even if they have bigger houses, they are morally corrupt. Their values are corrupt. Therefore, you should not join them. Now, most enclave communities that I've seen with my own eyes or that I read about, the price they pay for being enclave communities is that their impact and interaction with the majority society is very limited. But what the Ultra-Orthodox and the National Ultra-Orthodox in Israel managed to achieve is a unique situation whereby they get to influence the life of the majority, which is not like them, through political power that they have, without being influenced directly by the majority. It's the lux enclave mentality, which is a unique thing. You may wonder, how did the Ultra-Orthodox in Israel become the most right-wingish, the ones who are most pro-settlements, against compromise with the Palestinians? There's a socio-economic dimension to that as well. They have large families, 5, 6, and more children. Religious Jews, for them, one of the most important duties of the parents is, of course, to get their children married and with a good match. But I don't know if you know that. They only are considered as parents who have fulfilled their duty as parents if the couple that just got married has a home that they own, not rent, own. Now I ask you, where would very poor families with 5 and 6 children, where would the parents find the money to buy apartments for 6 children, especially given the real estate prices in Israel at the moment? This cannot happen in Tel Aviv, but it can happen in the West Bank, because the prices of real estate there are like 70, 80% less than what they are in the center of the country. So they have a vested interest in the continuation of the settlement policy, The existence of their communities is dependent on that. Here is, and with this I'll conclude, here is the crucial point. Let us not deceive ourselves that the success of those communities, that they grow and grow and grow, is owed just to those privileges. Talk to them. Many ultra-Orthodox and national ultra-Orthodox are very happy with their lives. They like their communities, and there is even the phenomenon of people who are ultra-Orthodox, have no faith anymore. They're not religiously devout, but they stay within the community for social reasons. They like the community. They like its solidarity, its modesty, its being oriented towards textbooks. They like it. They want to keep it going. They want to keep themselves as part of it. But the ultra-Orthodox in Israel and the national ultra-Orthodox would not have grown the way they did in influence and in population had it not been to that system of privileges. And here is the thing. Today, those communities, I joined together the ultra-Orthodox and the national ultra-Orthodox. They are about 20% of the overall Jewish population of Israel. I say 20%, it depends how you count it, but they are more or less 20% together, combined. You still don't see it in the Knesset because they have many children. You will see it in 20 years. If current demographic trends in Israel continue, then by the year 2065, there will be 40%. A 40% population of people who don't know basic math, who don't speak English, who are not Zionist ideologically, at least if we understand Zionism in the Herzl way, or by the way of Herzl, implying that the state would not survive, or at least would change its character dramatically. When that happens, it would make very little difference who's on the Supreme Court. But to get to that point, those populations must assure that the current political structure is maintained and that their system of privileges continues to exist. Which is why, and with this I conclude, which is why I think they made a grave, fatal, historical mistake by trying to change, or being the main supporters of changing, the Israeli judiciary. Because I'm telling you, I travel around the country, I give many lectures. The eyes of many people have now been opened. The eyes of the majority, which is secular or traditionalist, but is not Orthodox and is still not obviously ultra-Orthodox. The eyes have been opened. Israelis have come to realize that if they don't radically change the nature of their interactions, their political interactions with the ultra-Orthodox and national ultra-Orthodox minorities, within 40 years, their children and grandchildren would simply not have a Zionist state to live in. So yes, there is now a religious war of sorts in Israel, and its outcome would determine not just the nature of the state, but whether within 50 years there would still be a state of Israel as the national home of the Jewish people. And with this, I conclude.
Okay. Thank you, Carl, and for sharing your viewpoint on the religious reasons in this Israel's political crisis. For our session, we have 3 speakers. So I think we have some more time for comments and questions and responses, but perhaps 10 minutes. So any questions or comments for the three speakers?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would like to ask Professor Shavit, like I know you're not a prophet, none of us is prophet, but wouldn't you say that in 2065, when you think the religious group in Israel would be the majority, they will have to somehow take responsibility, whether it will be the taxes or militias, otherwise, there'll be no land of Israel, literally. So wouldn't you think that, don't you think that at one point there will be some kind of a waking call for them to take that responsibility? Because now, as long as there is the secular people who take this kind of responsibility, they don't have to take care of that. I'm just wondering about your thought. I'm not a political science, it's just out of curiosity.
I'll tell you how I see this. I used to think the same. There is this theory of integration and change through integration. That the more they will grow, the more they will, become tax-paying, or like they are tax-paying, but they will actually have jobs that would make it possible for them to pay taxes, and they would serve in the army and all of this. Today, I'm very certain that what you are suggesting is not going to happen. And my eyes were opened by actually a young Ultra-Orthodox who told me, look, all of you don't understand something basic. For the Ultra-Orthodox, it is not a binary between being a Western first world country and being Afghanistan. There are things in the middle. Israel could also be, I don't want to use any examples because any one of them could be offensive, but it could be a country without high tech, not that rich, not with such good health services. They would be fine with it. They would be fine with it. So all the secularists who threaten, oh, it's not going to be a high-tech nation, startup nation, they are fine with it. There are things that are more important to them.
But what do you do with the existential, I would say, state of the country? You still are surrounded by enemies. Someone will have to defend it physically.
Look, this was a nation of 2.4 million people when in the 6-day war, it extended its territory by more than 3 times. So they do the math. Israel is now a 10 million nation. It should be enough. But you know something? All of what you're saying is very rational. The only problem is people are not very rational. And I don't know one case in history where a community that enjoyed privileges gave up on those privileges just like that because rationally it made no sense. You see people now in France that are trying to defend a system of pensions, which logically is not sustainable because people live much longer. Rationally, it's very easy to explain why they're wrong, possibly, but in reality, people are not that rational when it comes to their privileges or for things they believe. If you read Ultra-Orthodox newspapers, they have developed a twisted theology that makes sense to them, why all their privileges are actually benefiting the rest of the Jews. This is not going to change voluntarily, and all the good souls in Israel who say, let's try not to impose anything on them. Let's do it through dialogue. This has all been tried now for 20 years. It's not going to work, unfortunately. There's going to be a conflict here, and one of the two sides is going to have the upper hand. It's not going to be by mutual agreement, unfortunately.
Okay. So, Zhang Xuan.
Yes, thank you. I actually have 2 questions. The first is for Professor Aaron Shai, and the second one is for Professor Uriah Shavit. So, for Professor Aaron,
are you there? Aaron? Oh, I'm sorry. Aaron?
He cannot hear us, I think. Oh, now he can hear us.
Okay. I'm here.
Thank you. So, Professor Shai, I'm really interested in your point that Zionism could survive as long as there is an external enemy, because it is also an argument I made in my thesis. To maintain an outsider and external enemy is an important way of rebuilding the inside cohesiveness so that Israelis could concern more about their own identity, their Jewishness, and their historical land. And it is true that over the recent years, this trend is being extremely obvious. We see something very cynical every day on Haaretz to say that it is Bibi Netanyahu that playing the game of wagging the dog, addressing Iranian threat and the Gaza issue to transfer the focus from internal problems. So I'd like to ask you, would you view this as something just like the political maneuver of certain leader like Netanyahu, or is it more like a deeper structural problem that will be even permanent in the long run?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for your question. And this is a very important question, whether it relates really to a specific leader, in our case, Netanyahu, or whether this is a deeper, shall we say, problem, which I think we have heard just now, that this is a much deeper problem. I'm afraid that this is a deeper problem. This does not have, I mean, with all the reservations I have concerning Netanyahu, I do not think that it relates really to one person. The problem is much, much deeper, because we are talking about ideologies, ways of life. We are talking about halachic, in other words, the laws of the Bible and so on, which people actually would like to apply and use daily in the case of Israel. And therefore, there is here a clash between at least two major ideologies. I mean, as I said in my lecture, in fact, it is much more than two. But at least when we talk about, let's say, the present situation, we see that people actually object to the very fact that ultra-Orthodox and religious elements would get more, and that we should really follow their path and, in fact, lead our country to a more theocratic way. This is my feeling. Now, I know that not everyone agrees with me, because the idea is very pessimistic, but if it appears in your thesis, it's probably correct, I think. Now, the thing is that we have seen, I would divide and say that up to the 67 war, actually divisions of opinions were not as acute. I mean, they were there, no question about it. But after 67 and the creation of the settlements, etc., it became even more acute. I mean, the whole question and the separation within Israel itself. Then, as in fact Uriah actually mentioned, this is a very interesting point. When we talk about something very daily, like housing, and you see that the new territories, so-called, in other words, the occupied territories, actually enable the government and the rest of the country to allow really the building of housing and so on a relatively cheap, land and property, because in Tel Aviv and in the central area of Israel, these have become prohibitive really altogether. But the major point is really two different views altogether. We have here a group which actually objected to the very creation, some of them, to the very creation of the State of Israel, because the State of Israel was supposed to emerge out of an act of God, not of Herzl or any other person. And once politicians have taken over the job that was assigned to God, and they created the State of Israel, this is not the state that they want to live in. However, 75 years, we have the State of Israel, so what can they do? Initially, they wouldn't participate, and they wouldn't get any responsibilities within the government. However, very wisely, in past years, they've realized that they have to play the game of the so-called secular or the non-religious groups. And once they do it, and once they agree to become ministers, which at the beginning they would object to become, because being a minister means that you are part of the decision-making machine, the government. Now they actually go all the way, and they turn things upside down in the case that they do accept. I mean, in fact, the creation of a state by, human beings rather than by God. And within this, they would like to change. And I think I would be very pessimistic here. And as we have said, Uriah and I mentioned the demographic problem. The demographic issues are of acute, really, importance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I have the second question for Professor Shavit. We actually talked last month through email. So as you mentioned, more religious a person is, more he is possible to be against the judicial to the judicial system. But few days ago, I saw there were an ultra-Orthodox Lithuanian newspaper which was affiliated with the United Torah Judaism Party, published an article opposing the demonstration of supporters of this judicial reform. It was titled, like what to serve in a cemetery. So this seems differentiating the Haredi supporters for the judicial reform from the secular right-wingers. So does this mean there is a contradiction?
I'll be very brief in my answer because I know we have to go on a break. No, because when it comes to votes, they vote for the government and they vote for parties, for political parties that are critical of the judiciary. The reason why they did not want the Ultra-Orthodox to be part of the demonstration is because for them it's really crucial to maintain the pretense that what I've just said, what I just outlined, is not the case. The system of privileges is dependent on people not being able to recognize it as such. If they become clearly part of the pro-government majority, then sort of the entire show is over. And they were almost transparent in explaining that that is the reason. So it's not just a theory. This is the reality. They did not want themselves to be identified with those reforms. I guess we have to stop here so we can take the break.
Yeah, I guess so, because it's lunchtime in Israel and it's supper time in China here. So maybe, I don't know, maybe we can start the next session at within.
No, I suggested 1 because we decided on a 10-minute break between the sessions, and we have to conclude today at 4, so Israel time. So
Israel time at 1, and
yes, let's meet again in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Well. Okay. So thank you all. Okay.
Thank you.
I'll go back for your lunch and for your supper.
No, I would.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'm Dr. Carl Jonker of the SDU-TAU Joint Institute, and we're going to begin our third session now on religion and society in Israel. And we're happy to welcome Dr. Sarah Zalkberg to speak with us on what do ultra-Orthodox Jews think about secular Jews. So, Sarah, the floor is yours.
Hello, good evening, everybody. It's good to be with you again. I will put my presentation that it will be easier for everybody to follow. So 1 second, please. Okay, so I will focus on the question, what ultra-Orthodox Jews think about secular Jews. I will give a brief description of the composition of the Jewish population in Israel, very briefly, especially for those who did not take part at the summer seminar. I will give also a brief description of the ultra-Orthodox Haredi community as a heterogeneous society, and the Jewish population in Israel, and who are the secular Jews. Then I will analyze the secular Jews as the other, and the concept of other according to the ultra-Orthodox. I will analyze how does ultra-Orthodox cope with the other, and then I will discuss and summarize the main points from this meeting. So the population in Israel includes 4 major groups. The ultra-Orthodox, who see halacha as principal value, rephrased from integrating into the state conceptually, and does not self-define as Zionist. The national religious view Jewish tradition and observance of halacha as central values, while at the same time embracing integration into all areas of life in the state and having a Zionist perspective. The traditional group does not self-define as a religious nor a secular. They observe various customs and practices that are considered symbols of Jewish tradition, less because of adherence to halacha, more because of sense of affiliation to the Jewish people and a desire to preserve tradition. The secular person does not view halacha as a central value and a guide in his life. And if we will take a deep look to the ultra-Orthodox community, we can see that they are not one unit, and they are very heterogeneous group. Most of them are moderate central camp that we can characterize by cold pragmatism regarding the state. This camp strives for cultural fortification and focus on building separate educational and institutional systems, and struggles to promote its interests mainly in the political sphere. Approximately 30% of this moderate central camp have adapted some modern concepts, and at the same time they correspond to the line dictated by the ultra-Orthodox rabbinical leadership. 10% of this moderate central camp have characteristics, worldviews, and modern life practices that this special group is very interesting. Actually, they are distant from the core space of ultra-Orthodox society and strive to integrate into Israel society, and they raising questions in the among themselves regarding their identity, and also among the researchers regarding their identity and their future identity. About 5% are considered radical and are characterized by a sweeping rejection of Jewish sovereignty, including the moderate central camp, and are not involved in political life at all. If we will give a brief look on the Jewish population in Israel, we can see that actually most of the population in Israel are not pure secular. However, if we will look on this data from the ultra-Orthodox point of view, they will see that most of the population in Israel, they will consider them as secular. Only themselves they will see as ultra-Orthodox, and the rest of them are, from their point of view, secular. And why is that? This is a result of a dichotomous perception of us and them. They see themselves as us, and all the rest are them. And this perception is equates to good and evil. Us are the good, the rest are the evil. So what are the parameters according to which the distinction ultra-Orthodox good and between secular bad is determined? I can tell you about myself. I consider myself as an Orthodox person, as a religious person, not completely not ultra-Orthodox. I can identify myself as a national religion or religious or a modern religious, but I see myself as a not secular person. However, the ultra-Orthodox wouldn't see me like this. Why? Because from their point of view, I'm not committed to the strict perception of Jewish law. I support democratic values. I have Zionist identity. I recognize, I have recognition of the authority of state institutions, including the legal system. I served in the army. So from all this point of view, I'm not in the criteria from their point of view as religious. Okay, so how does the ultra-Orthodox perceive the secular? They see the secular as the other. And what it means, the other? The other consider as a threat, or as what we call tinok shenishba, which means captured infant. And I will explain this term later. About the other as a threat, at the community level, Emmanuel Sivan, who researched the Middle East, said that the ultra-Orthodox, from his point of view, is enclave culture. What is enclave culture? Enclave culture is a society threatened by its external environment, which suit the criteria of the ultra-Orthodox. On the personal level, they see the other as a risk to the spiritual world. And how do ultra-Orthodox cope with this threatening other? First of all, through the use mechanism of objectification and demonization. I can give you example from my own experience. I used to work for a few years in an ultra-Orthodox college. And after a few years, they kicked me out. I became non grata persona there. They found somebody else who they thought that I can give this course, and they kicked me out. And I thought later on, are they that evil? Didn't they thought that it may affect my feeling, it may affect my salary? And the staff who kicked me out were people that I was on a weekly contact with them. Hi, how are you? And the answer that I gave to myself is, they are not evil people. They just did not see me as a person with feelings, with needs like them, because I was the other. They did to me objectification. And I was a tool for them, an instrument for them, a tool that you use and throw. And I saw this attitude in other fields as well. And regarding the demonization, beside the fact that they causing, and actually this attitude is not in the small, what we call radical groups. I met it in the moderate groups. And they see the other as a threat, not only because he's seen, but because he's seen, they feel that he causing other to commit sins. And they doing demonization to the other. For example, if they will see a woman that not wearing clothes that suit their modest codes, they will see her as licentiousness. Another way that they cope with the threatening other is with disdain and contempt. For example, in Israel, one of the most meaningful days for the Jews is the Memorial Day that include many ceremonies and a siren of 1 minute in order to remember all the soldiers that had been killed during the wars. And it's a very sensitive day, and everybody stand up quiet during the siren. And some of the ultra-Orthodox, mainly from the more radical groups, will continue to walk, continue to talk. And
I'm sorry, you have 2 more minutes, okay? We have to stay on time, sorry.
Okay, all right. So I will just continue quickly. I will just say that they are really disdain and contempt with their behavior in very important sensitive days to the Israelis that are secular. And I will quick give you another, we'll focus in another perception of the other. Another perception of the other is, as I mentioned, called Tinok Shenishba, captured infant. This term refers to a Jew who sins as a result of having been raised without sufficient knowledge and understanding of Judaism as most of the seculars. This term leads to a perception of seeing the secular as one who needed to bring back to Judaism and deserves compassion, and therefore has to be accepted and included in the community. I will just want to summarize the main point. As Durkheim claimed, otherness strengthens boundaries between persons, groups, and defined them. The otherness defined define who is right and good and who is wrong and bad by pointing to the other as wrong and bad. In the case of the ultra-Orthodox, the secular strengthen their boundaries. Therefore, most of them keep emphasizing him. It should be remembered that the ultra-Orthodox is not one unit, and therefore we can see a few kind of attitudes, and these attitudes link with the affiliation group. We can describe this dynamic in terms of a continuum ranging from rejection, passing through separation, and ending with a desire for closeness and inclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah, and sorry that it had to be rushed at the end. Appreciate it.
That's okay.
Next, we have Miss Sujia Wu, who is a doctoral candidate at Shandong University, who will be speaking about post-Soviet Jewish immigrants and secular relations in Israel. So, Ms. Wu, please. And I remind you to stick to 15 minutes, please.
Okay, wait a minute. And thank you. What I want to share today is a study of post-Soviet Jewish immigrants and secular relation in Israel. Wait. The Zionists create a secular Israel, but because of strong ties between Jews and Judaism, Israel is a mixed state where religion and secular exist. Initially, religious community had the jurisdiction for marriage, diet, religious education, etc. through a status quo agreement, and the rabbinical courts thus retained exclusive authority over personal status and some areas of family law, becoming part of the national judicial system. Then, with the victory of the Six-Day War and the rise of political discourse of religious parties, Judaism returned to the Israeli public sphere, and religious Jews developed a religious nationalism, hoping to transform the traditional Jewish way of life into a standard of behavior for all Jews. When the post-Soviet Jewish immigrants arrived in Israel, Israeli society was undergoing a process of religionization. The identity of the immigrants and their secular way of life become the object of criticism from the religious world. The secularization of Soviet Jewry began in the mid-19th century, when the reforms of Alexander II combined with the Hasidic movement to create the Russification movement. Young Russian Jews were systematically educated in Russian culture and liberated themselves from their Jewish heritage by reading Russian and embarked on assimilation. After the creation of the Soviet Union in 1920, the government set up several Jewish schools and colleges, using Yiddish as a language of instruction, to persuade the Jewish masses to support communist ideas through their language and culture. But from the 1930s, the Soviet government began to use coercive means to eradicate religious belief. The Soviet internal passport and Great Purge and the compulsory study of the Russian culture and language led to the elimination of almost all Jewish cultural endeavors. When the Soviet Union collapsed, there was hardly a Judaism element among these Jews. During the 1990s, restrictions on immigration were relaxed. Some 835,000 Soviet Jews immigrated to Israel, about 50% of Israel's total population. I will refer to all the following post-Soviet Jewish immigrants as immigrants. After arrival in Israel, immigrants were confronted with the question of Jewish national identity. If the content of traditional Jewish ethnicity was religious belief, the boundary was Jewish law and practice. Then, since the 1930s, the traditional beliefs of immigrants have been stripped away. Religious practice has been abolished. Those immigrants who identified themselves as Jews did not think of their identity in religious terms. For them, Jewish identity was a secular, ethnic, ethnic category, and biological descent largely replaced faith, Jewish law, and Jewish custom as the basis of their Jewish self-concept. On the other hand, intermarriage gradually destroyed the only remaining biological base of immigrants. In 1988, on the eve of mass immigration, 48% of Soviet Jewish women and 58% of Jewish men chose non-Jewish spouses. However, they did maintain their Jewish identity. The passport system imposed by the Soviet government had a powerful effect on the self-definition of immigrants, who still felt that they belonged to a specific ethnic group, despite that most had moved away from traditional Jewish life. But such identification contradict what the religious parties are trying to achieve. Take the example of Shah's party, which had a solid religious nationalist stance and sees itself as responsible for preserving the Jewish culture in Israel and seeks to make the Haredi way of life the standard of proper religious behavior and the observance for all Jews. But immigrants, from their identification to the secular culture, nowhere correspond to the Jewish national identity recognized by them. As a result of the Soviet government policy described above, the ethnic purity of immigrants were undermined. They saw Jewish identity as a secular form of identification, and the Jewishness implying pride in Jewish identity. When such a secular biological immigrant arrived in Israel, then Prime Minister established the State Conversion Administration. The Israeli government believed that encouraging the conversion of immigrants will strengthen their sense of national belonging to the Jews. And the religious Zionists thought that it would help cement Israel's positioning as a Jewish state. But it has, in fact, promoted the expansion of the religious national identity into secularist, creating an artificial distinction between self and other in Israeli society. In the 2 decades of the 1990s, some 30,000 immigrants and their descendants responded to this call, while many more immigrants were indifferent to and even opposed to the religious national boundaries promoted by the religious parties. On the one hand, the immigrants learned the essential elements of Hebrew language and Jewish culture and acquired the basic skills to live in Israel. On the other hand, through political mobilization, they provided ideological legitimacy and political discourse for the preservation of cultural activities. The Russian political parties funded by immigrants provide a guarantee for them to maintain their secular culture. Arguably, the arrival of immigrants who brought to Israel their own secular blood-based ethnic identification supported an increasing narrow definition of Jewish identity for secular Jews, and preventing the religious world from extending the religious definition of ethnic identity to all Jews. The determination of immigrants to maintain their own culture and customs changed Israel's social and cultural fabric, infusing it with rationalized, secularized socialist culture. At the same time, immigrants used their numerical strength to form Russian political parties, changing the previous political landscape of Israel. It can be argued that the arrival of immigrants preserved Israel's secular character, strengthened the secular world, and promoted the pluralistic development of Israeli society. As part of the secular Jewish population, immigrants brought their own secular definition of national identity to Israel, slowing the expansion of religious national identity. But as the religious world extends its idea to the legal and education spheres through political means, the reinforcing effect of immigrants on the secular world will gradually dissipate, and Israeli society may continue to move toward a religionization. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we will move to Dr. Evgeny Klauber of Tel Aviv University, who will also speak on religion and identity among post-Soviet Russian Olim to Israel. So, Dr. Klauber.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Not yet.
Just a second.
思佳，你先把那个退出一下。Yeah.
There we go. We see your PowerPoint. Okay.
Okay, hello everyone. It's an honor to talk to you in this occasion. Interesting impacts from your former presentations. I will be talking about religious values in former Soviet Union immigrants. It's a very important point also to me because I also represent this community. Very briefly, of course, we relate to the turning point is the collapse of Berlin Wall and collapse of the Soviet Union and the ultimate victory of or end of history in Fukuyama's terms of liberalism, and a very important meeting of between Shimon Peres and Gorbachev that can be summarized in 2 words. Or 3 words, let my people go. And Gorbachev says yes to this very important question of Shimon Peres, the future to be Israeli president and prime minister. And this new step in history was a product of geopolitical change, geopolitical shift in end of Cold War. Collapse of the Soviet Union, and situation of migration is the result of such immense changes. When we talk about Jews in the Soviet Union, Professor Larissa Remenik, a friend of mine, summarizes it in this one paragraph. That actually Judaism was pretty much not allowed. Synagogues were closed, and with time, marriage between Jews and non-Jews became common. But all kinds of religion were banned in the Soviet Union, and we know that during the first years of Soviet Union, thousands of churches were banned. Yet in the 50s, of course, Stalin go back to Christianity. And many scholars stress the religious aspect between religious similarity between Soviet Union and Christianity. You can see here Jesus with a Soviet flag, and in the literature you can find a lot of similarities because the idea was that the religion plays in the Soviet Union the psychological and sociological role to fill the gap after the collapse of Russian Empire, which was, of course, Christian Orthodox. Soviet Union actually filled the existing gap, and both Soviet Union and Christianity, they got saints. This is not number one. They all promote the cult of martyrdom, and not to forget that both Christianity and in the Soviet Union, they still, Lenin himself, still in the Red Square. He still is not buried, which is the symbol of Soviet Union. So this is it's a very religious vision of death in both cases of communism and Christianity. They all talk about metaphysical, just a second, I don't see, metaphysical symbols such as a cross for the Orthodox for the Orthodox Church, and 5-pointed star for the communists. Those were actually very important symbols, respectively. Both reject the immediate material well-being. Orthodox Christianity promotes and justifies total poverty. Same with communism. they have to engage in a struggle with those who disagree. And there's also a lot of similarity to deal with enemies. Guilt and responsibility are promoted both by Christianity and communist ideology. And also the account of those who have died. So so what I want to say that despite the fact that religion was banned, the sociologically communist ideology substituted religion and played the sociological and psychological role that religion plays. Jump from that situation to our times and Russia. Russia builds 3 churches per day, and the process is very fast. And this article summarizes and calculated amount of churches that were built during Putin period, and we are talking about 10,000. So it's immense number comparing to the number of schools and hospitals and industry that is found in constant decline. There is just one positive index in nowadays Russia, and this is of course the amount of churches. So this number tells us a lot about the level of religiosity in nowadays Russia. If you take a look a little bit on statistics, affiliation with Orthodox Christianity in Russia between 1991, which is the first year of independence after the end of Cold War and the beginning of 15 sovereign states, former Soviet republics, you will see that in 1991, I relate now to the red line, to those who define themselves Orthodox Christians. So if in 1991 it was 31%, in 2008 it's already 72%. So it's more than doubled itself. The number of unaffiliated declined from 61% in 1991 to 18 in 2008, which shows a great pattern in Russia in the level of religions in Russia. The result, you can see one picture without any comments. It relates to the current situation to kill Ukrainian children in hospitals and schools, and it's all done in the name of religion and with the help of the religion and in alliance with religious institutions. So religious institutions nowadays Russia are powerful as never before, and that is why when we talk about we will talk about religious values of former Soviet Union citizens here in Israel. Well, we need to understand what kind of forces pushed them from here, from Russia to here, to Israel, right? This icon, Putin's icon, and those soldiers in the bus, you can see actually one picture in words. Instead of showing you more and more statistics of level of religiosity, to 78% in Russia from 37% to 71%. This is the gap of 25 years that summarizes 25 years. So from 37% to 71% in Russia, and in Ukraine, kind of pattern among those who define themselves religious, women more religious than men, among those percent, when men it's 63%. Conversion, when we'll talk about statistics of former Soviet Union and Israel. Another icon of Putin, and another picture of Putin himself, a very religious personality, very related also not just to Christian, however, also related to shamanism, shamanic practices, and cults. Dangerous cult in Latin America, where citizenship, because we're talking about out of this 1 million, about 300, according to Cohen and Baruch Zisser, were classified as non-Jews according to Halacha. He got the citizenship according to law of return. Why?
Sorry, Evgeny, you have 3 more minutes.
May I take 2 more, because I want to finish some point. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
I'm fine.
It was a return. It was a so long double standard here is applied, because former Soviet still were in naturalized, and they got their citizenship, and they have used that it will be difference between former Soviet Union immigrants in it's a of labor. We see the blue guys. This is Likud party, rise of Likud, and we see the which was founded in 1984, and another ethnic sectorial party will be this. So we see the decline of big parties, we see the decline of labor, rise and decline politically. When taking a look at the research center, they argue that Israel Jews from former Soviet Union are more safe observant. And so former Soviet Union opposed all population, 81% oppose, when among all Jews it's just 63%. So you see, they are much more secular. Also, it needs to be mentioned that the children of former Soviet immigrants are more only a result of the integration, because the second generation it's comfortable among their friends and among mainstream is thing that I want to show. It was published Israeli Democracy Institute, a very important institution that studies patterns in Israeli society. And here they in this report they to put attention they argue that in period of 25 years from it's also a question if you actually will be converted. Many feel that they don't need it, so the level of conversion is in decline. Converts from we convert me to overgo circumcision. According to this report, they found it in questions and answers of the respondent, and women care of affiliation, religious affiliation of children, and of course, according to law of return, relates to the religion of mother.
Hey,
so they
you need to stop and move on to the next one. Sorry to cut you off.
No problem. Okay, so I actually said whatever I want to say. I showed you some patterns in Israeli society, product of change.
Thank you.
So
Move
thank
to
you.
Dr.
So
Sima
far.
Zalkberg of Ariel University, who will speak on religious debates on women's rights in contemporary Israel.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm pleased and honored to be here with you today. Two of the former lecturers mentioned another. What was, and I'll begin with a question of COVID-19. You probably, the people in China, ask yourself this, like all over, like people all over the world. Let's see what some of street posters in Haredi, ultra-Orthodox neighborhoods in Israel, a street poster in Hebrew. A horrified discovery, COVID-19 epidemic.
Just trying to share something. We don't.
Oh, so we have to begin. Sorry. You don't see it? Of course. 1 minute. Are the best part, but 1 minute. I'm doing share start.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, now. 1 minute. Okay, share.
Okay, now you can try it now.
1 minute. I closed it. I will reopen it. Okay, I don't see a minute. Can you see it now?
Yeah, there we
okay,
go.
we'll go quickly about what I said. Sorry. Okay. So what was the cause of COVID-19. Let's see some streets poster in Haredi neighborhood in Israel have to say about that. So this is a big street poster, which is a way in the ultra-Orthodox in the Haredi neighborhood to transfer messages to the Haredi population. I will translate to you the bottom line of it. A horrified discovery: COVID-19 epidemic equal lack of modesty in exact numerology. Some Haredi circles attribute the pandemic to lack of strictness in, as you can see here. I think interaction. It is an aspect, in its aspect as standard for exposure of the body requires at least covering intimate body parts in public places. Oops, sorry. In recent years, in recent, as a standard may be applied evenly to men and women. When modesty norms are unequally imposed on women, this can be seen in her body excluding women and violating their rights. And we can see that in the ultra-Orthodox community of hierarchy, modesty, one woman, for example, in a certain group covering her head with wig and having makeup. The other one is more strict about modesty, wearing scarf, no wigs. And here also we can see covering with a wig and hat, a black scarf with no hair at all. The right picture, this is not Tehran, this is not Iran, no Russia, this is Israel Haredi neighborhood. Since among, sorry? Since among Haredi circles, norms are unequally imposed on women, this can be seen as a patriarchal expression excluding women and violating the rights on religious. Recent years, one of the main hubs of women's exclusion and violation, the rights based on religious zealotry and religious coercion in Israel has been the city of Beit Shemesh. Beit Shemesh is a city near Jerusalem in southern Israel. These incidents in Beit Shemesh involve harsh acts of local radical Haredim who have made the lives of men to leave town, and we can see manifestations for this activities, vandalism, signs, and physical violence. For example, when I did my research about this and I was walking in Beit Shemesh, I saw the entire length of the main road connecting with connecting between two major neighborhoods in the city, and I saw all over the way broken, unfit for sitting, resulting from a systematic act of vandalism by others. One of the residents explained to me, this is a group of fanatic zealots who tore out all of our benches here. They did it to prevent women from sitting on benches because they think it is. A similar scenario happened in another neighborhood. Residents told of playground equipment that was removed for reasons of playground equipment that was placed in a public park close to non-Haredi community, did not want a war with the extremists and took out the playground equipment. We also see evidence of vandalism. Fanatics destroy street poster showing women face, and we can see it all over. And also we have a lot of graffiti. For example, the word woman was erased with black paint from the sign Women Health Center at a clinic in one Haredi neighborhood. Resident explained to me, apparently they think they're women a matter of respect or modesty. It's complete exclusion. And this we can see all over the street of Beit Shemesh. In short words, modest attire required for passage. And again, you can see all over the street. Here, graffiti separating female, and in the top of a shopping center, written, "Welcome to this Haredi shopping center. Women who arrived, please arrive with modest attire." And we also see a lot of the entrance to the local supermarket, for example, located in the heart of the commercial centers. Visitors are greeted by the following sign. And it seems like that the extremists are not satisfied with one sign above the entrance to the supermarket. Above almost all shops in the commercial center, those entering are greeted with the following sign. And many people told me that many of the shop owners here lives in fear. The situation explained to me, one day when I came to the supermarket dressed as usual in a long skirt and blouse with sleeves, I saw a modesty stand stationed at the entrance to the store. The woman operating it handed me a long piece of cloth and asked me to cover myself. The modesty stand operated for several months until it was removed under the pressure of residents who objected to it. And again, we see more and more all over modesty signed, separate from female in the entrance of shops, in the entrance of synagogue, and just in the center of town. But this is not enough. We also see evidence, big evidence for physical violence. For example, a third grade student from a national religious family was regularly spit at the extremist while she walked home from school because her appearance was not modest enough for these zealots. And this case raised to the Haredi men, according to the girl, attacked the three girls, exit them, and one man approached my daughter and kicked her hard from behind. One of the girls started to run away, and my daughter, after being kicked, able to escape. There was a gang of national religious youth, and one of the boys who was there ran over to help, but he was unable to help the girls because the Haredim beat him as well. And similar scenarios in Bas. A young female resident of the area boarded a mehadrin, which is a man sit in front, and the they required to see the back. He sat down in front of the area designated for men and consequently was beaten severely. So I would like to sum up the meaning of what we saw.
2 minutes.
What?
2 minutes, okay?
I'm finishing.
Okay.
The presentation showed violence and religious coercion in Beit Shemesh revolved around women and their bodies, which exclude women from the public, violated the right. This activity is the work of marginal, not all of the Haredi population in Beit Shemesh, small, marginal, dominant group of local extremists who see themselves as the soldiers in modesty war responsible for safeguarding community purity. In their eyes, women are the stumbling block with trip over toward sin, and therefore their presence in the public domain must be reduced. This phenomenon is not unique to Israeli society. Therefore, it can be seen as a case study of the phenomenon of gender-based violence in a religious context. It is important to note that a significant part of Haredim suffer from collateral damage of violence and female exclusion as well, and against the fanatic Haredi society irradiate the phenomenon. In Israel, especially in Haredi areas, there is a tendency of enforcement authorities to turn a blind eye so such phenomena in order not to further inflame an already explosive situation. As a result, in the city of Beit Shemesh, repeat scenarios keep happening. Thank you.
Next, Dr. Chen Yanyan of Shandong University and a colleague in the Joint Institute. Yanyan.
Like 1 minute. Okay. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Good afternoon, friends. So it's my great pleasure and great honor to share with you my research on the religious kibbutz in Israel, the Judaism and modern. So I'm going to first introduce the background information about the religious kibbutz movement. The religious kibbutz, in Hebrew, it's called the kibbutz hadati. It's an important part of the Israeli kibbutz movement. In 1929, a group of Jewish pioneers from Germany arrived in Palestine and established in 1930. Another kibbutz named Shahar was founded in Rehovot and by the pioneers from Eastern Europe. And those two groups laid the foundation for the religious kibbutz movement. And in 1937, the first religious kibbutz, it's called Tirat Tzvi, was founded by the Jewish immigrations from Germany, Poland, and Romania. So in general, there are three driving forces in the religious kibbutz movement. It is the modernization of Judaism, the Jewish nationalism, and socialism. The nationalism of religious kibbutz has strong religious and cultural colors, and its socialism is called community socialism, which emphasized on equality and the close connection between neighbor and individuals. So it can be said that a religious kibbutz is a model community of collective life that combines socialist. In this presentation, first, I would like to say that in the religious kibbutz, Orthodox Judaism is the basic ideology. We can come back to the history of the Haskalah movement. In this movement, it created an opportunity for the integration of traditional Judaism and modern culture. Just like the saying I put it here, it's Torah and civic life and Torah and the neighbor had to be rationalized before they could be consolidated into a new symbolic patterns for native culture and social change. So the modernization of Judaism, religious Zionism carried out the face of the Messiah, the land of the Jewish nation, and to seek for a collective salvation. According to this thought, a savior will come and establish a kingdom of eternal peace and justice. And in this kingdom, fairness, justice, and harmony prevail. This messianic thought laid the foundation for the establishment of the religious kibbutz movement. Because one of the reasons that Orthodox Jews choose the socialist principles as the framework of their communities was that socialist ideals, such as absolute equality and fairness, fit with their belief and aspirations for the Messianic kingdom. And in this sense, we can say that the religious kibbutz movement is a subculture in the framework of traditional Judaism. And in religious kibbutz, the Jewish laws are the core values in all the activities, and it is called the halacha or halacha laws. It is a supreme principle in a religious kibbutz. Whether or not and the halacha law was to be followed by both individuals and communities. In a word, all lives in a religious kibbutz can only be conducted according to the Torah. For example, traditional Judaism requires the observance of Shabbat, and all members of a religious kibbutzim are not allowed to work on Shabbats. In some kibbutzim, public dining halls are also used as synagogues. Members pray 3 times a day, study Torah in the evening, and observe other religious festivals. And also, religious kibbutz attach great importance to the inheritance of the tradition and religious education. Some kibbutz, they set schools especially for the education of Judaism and knowledges. And so in addition, religious kibbutz intends to establish a community of equality, permanent peace, and prosperity. While abiding by the law, kibbutz members also value science, technology, and neighbor, as well as the establishment of the state of Israel. And this is quite different from the Ultra-Orthodox Judaism. And in such communities, people of the same faith are closely united. So the personalities of the members are not divided into religious or secular aspects. So the modern development of this kibbutz, it is a common situation that sometimes in the religious kibbutz, Jewish law sometimes conflicts with the secular or productive activities. So we're dealing with these conflicts. The general principle is that the halachic law is dominant, and although sometimes strict adherence to the laws can be costly, to balance Jewish law and economic activities, in order to do this, some compromised laws emerged. For example, about the sabbatical year, is a typical issue, and for this change, because according to the Jewish law, the planting of crops hidden during the sabbatical year. However, this law was impractical for a religious kibbutz to survive in a difficult environment. Therefore, during the sabbatical year, some religious kibbutz adopted some flexible ways to solve this problem and to continue its agriculture, usually with some symbolic contract. The land of the
was listed or sold to non-Jewish Arab neighbors for continue the day. Religious kibbutz is almost the same. And in this way, the agriculture in the religious kibbutz can continue without the forbidden of the sabbatical year. And religious kibbutz hope to create a new lifestyle. So, for example, the religious kibbutz, they not only allowed women to participate in Torah study, sometimes they encouraged them to do child bearing. The religious kibbutz is also completely free of all the development and have met a lot of changes. And in this regard, the general principle is to solve the problems within the scope of Judaism, to find solutions to both compliance with the law and the feasibility of economic activities. Some solutions do not satisfy all religious kibbutz members and sometimes may cause new problems. And the religion also different from the Orthodox religious Zionism, and yet now it is far away from the present state of Israel. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yan. We go to our last speaker of this session, Ms. Lee Sihi, PhD University. So please.
Yes, I'm trying to show my screen here. Wait a moment, please. Can you see my screen?
No, we can't. Here, try again.
Okay, I'm sorry. And now?
Yes.
Okay, so the rest of culture in early 20th century. And at the beginning of 20th century, the emergency of Zionism in American encounter debunking the concerns about Zionism's perceived dual loyalty to the homeland and the U.S. The paradigm has still American Zionism toward the renewed vibrancy by large the cohort of social group to participate in. And there are 4 parts of my essays. The first part is about the rise of American Zionism. And there are 2 reasons for it. The first one is at the end of 19th century, the arrival of large number of Eastern European immigrants changed the cultural face of American Jewish society, and series of social movements emerged, among which Zionism is one of the most representative social movements. From First, Emma Lazarou, an American Jewish woman writer, published a series of articles to promote Zionism, which aroused the attention of American Jews to Zionism. And second, local Zionist organizations has emerged in cities such as New York and Chicago. And third, American Zionists was concerned about the world Zionist movement, and some of them participated in the First World Zionism Congress in 1897. And the second reason of it is influenced by the American Zionists under the leadership of Rabbi Richard Gold, National Zionist Organization, the Federation of Zionists, was established. However, due to the lower organizational of American Judaism toward it. And the second part is about the questioning of a Jewish loyalty of questioning American society, which contribute the social province in the social transformation, such as environmental and moral degradation, to the arrival of new native spring and the of it. Anti-Zionism used Zionists to accuse and argue that Jews are difficult. So cultural pluralists made the response to it. First, the German Jewish scholar Horst Kahn published a series of papers advocating national culture and opposed the Americanization, which aims to analyze the difference. And second, Kahn believed that the development of Zionism movement and kind of development of American culture. And third, Louis Brandeis, observing cultural pluralism and associate Zionism with virtue such as democracy and justice. World War I about area of American Jews, and the third impact of cultural pluralism on the different Judaism denomination. In the early 20th century, the mainstream denomination of Orthodox, conservative, and Reform Judaism, the rabbis for all denominations were in dispute over whether to support overall Judaism. By the district society, reform the universal value, and oppose the establishment of a political Jewish state. Cultural pluralism create a middle ground in which they agreed to support the establishment of Jewish culture center without changing toward the political reconstruction of Jewish state, and this lead to the participation from Reform Jews such as Ron Furston. And of Louis Brandeis, the Federation of American Zionists expand and attract those German Jewish allied and organization into the Zionist Organization of Americans. And during the World War I, the American temporarily became the center of World Zionism movement. So anti-Zionism embraced cultural pluralism, worked with Zionists, and established the American Jewish Congress. But after World War I, the center of Zionist movement returned to Europe, and the American Zionist movement entered a low ebb. The cultural pluralism dropped out by mainstream idea of assimilation. I think the reason is multiple. First, and it did not fit the social condition at that time. It could not continue to prolong the momentum of Zionism after the war. Second, the Zionist movement is not big enough to further extend the influence of cultural pluralism, which did not become a school of thought or form a large scale of social cultural movement in the early 20th century. So, and to summarize it, Zionism and cultural pluralism reinforce each other during World War I, and it is through pluralism like a foreshadowing in society into important illness. And that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. With that, we conclude this session, this third session. Because of our time constraints at this time, we're also going to move right ahead to our fourth and final session without a break. Professor Wang Yu, who's moderating, are you available?
Yes, I'm available, but it came at a surprise. Okay.
All right, yeah, sorry for the surprise.
Okay.
So I will hand it over to you, and for all of us who are speaking, including myself, in the next session, we'll try to stay on the time so that we all get our presentations in. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the fourth session and also the last session of today's discussion. In Hebrew, we would say Aharon Haviv, the last but not the least. Okay, and I think I would like to invite.
没有图像。
也不需要吧？等一下。Okay, now it's okay. No, doesn't matter. Okay, I think we can start with the fourth session. Our first speaker is Professor Tian Haihua. She is a professor from the Institute of Taoism and Religious Culture, Sichuan University. And today her topic is the Abrahamic tradition and the three monoistic religions. Professor Tian, please. Is Professor Tian here?
Hi. Yeah, I'm sharing the screen, but I don't know, somehow problem. I can't. I'm sorry, could you move to the next one? Some technical problem.
Oh, okay. So
Sorry.
Some problem with the screen of Professor Tian. So I think we would move to our second speaker, a Dr. Carl Jonker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Okay.
So I know it's okay.
Yeah.
So please, Dr. Carl Jonker is is from SDU-TAU Joint Institute, Tel Aviv University, and his topic today is the realities of the interfaith families in Israel. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. I will be speaking on a topic that's close to me because it's a lived experience. I'm part of an interfaith family, part of an interfaith marriage, but I want to kind of lay a common groundwork about kind of the religion and state and marriage in Israel before I get into the details of intermarriage and then also family issues related to interfaith families. So as we've heard before in some previous sessions and is very clear, there's no separation between religion and state in Israel as exists in other places like in the United States or France. So this means that religion is not limited to the cultural or private spheres, but that religion interacts with the state through its institutions and policies and touches on citizens' lives in a variety of ways, many of which we'll see as I continue here. Now, while religious freedom is guaranteed in Israel, freedom from religion is not. Okay, and relevant to the topic at hand is the jurisdiction of religious authorities over issues of personal status. And issues of personal status involve birth, marriage, divorce, death. They have authority over these types of issues, not necessarily the state. Now, in Israel, when we come to talking about marriage, people can legally within the framework of religious law, marry only within their religion. So Jews can marry Jews, Muslims marry Muslims, Christians with Christians, et cetera, et cetera. Because the religious communities, the religious authorities of each of those communities has the authority over those issues. Now, that doesn't mean that a Muslim and a Jew can't get married. It doesn't mean that a Christian and a Jew can't get married. Like myself, I'm a non-Jew Christian, and my wife is an Israeli Jew. Now, the roots of this matrimonial law is based in the millet system of the Ottoman Empire, where each religious confession or recognized religious confession oversaw its internal affairs. This remained unchanged through the British Mandate, and it remained with the establishment of the State of Israel. Now, under Israeli law, this means that there's no such thing as a civil marriage, a marriage that you could just go to a state official and say, I want to be married like you can at the courthouse, and that this marriage would be recognized, given legal status, okay? Now, there are three alternative routes for the state that recognizes couples of different religions, or even the same religion who choose not to get married within a religious framework, to have their marriages recognized. The first one is marriage abroad, okay? So my wife and I could not get married legally in Israel, so we went to Cyprus. And in Cyprus, we had our marriage ceremony with the deputy mayor of a town. We received our marriage certificate and then came back to Israel and went to the Interior Ministry and opened up a file to prove our marriage. And then that started a 5-year process for me to receive citizenship, which I'll speak a little bit more about as I continue. The second one is spousal registry, intended for people that have no religious affiliation. Now in Israel, you're categorized based in part on your religious identity. And there are those here in the country that do not have any sort of religious affiliation. And what that means is if the father is Jewish, the mother is non-Jewish, the children are then without religion, or defined as without religion. The other option is to live as common law spouses, that's without a marriage certificate, but to enter into a long-term relationship that is then recognized by the state, but it's not civil marriage and it's not called marriage. So it's important, this point is that foreign civil marriages or civil marriages performed abroad are recognized legally in Israel, but they have no religious significance. Okay, so my wife and I officially, according to the state of Israel, were married in Cyprus on March 18th. 2 weeks later, when we had a ceremony here in Israel with friends and family, on April 3rd, that is just considered by us, which is considered by us as our actual marriage date, has no legal standing in Israel. So if any official were to ask me what my anniversary is, it would be March 18th and not April 3rd. Okay. Now, civil marriage in general or marriages abroad are recognized by the government, like I said. Now, moving ahead, the issue of intermarriage raises not a lot, but it raises controversy because it's tied very closely to questions of identity, of Jewish identity. It's tied to the issues of and controversies over assimilation. And you hear this discourse, especially regarding Jewish communities outside of Israel, in America or in Europe, such as the problem of assimilation or the problems of intermarriage. But in late 2021, and every so often, you will get articles declaring that there's a growing problem or a warning of Israel's growing intermarriage problem. Okay, now, like I said, these concerns are deeply rooted in current debates surrounding questions of Jewish versus Israeli identity, religious versus secular. It's very, very complicated. Okay, but as will be seen, the occurrences actually of intermarriage is rare in Israel, and that most interreligious families are made or occur when both spouses are immigrants or descendants of those who immigrated from the former Soviet Union. So immigrants that were Jewish enough to make Aliyah, but sometimes are not classified as Jewish enough to marry under religious law. Okay, there's very few interfaith marriages between a native Jewish Israeli and a non-Jewish immigrant. So I'm part of one of those smaller, more limited categories, according to statistics. According to the Central Bureau of Statistics, at the beginning of 2021, there were 1.7 million married couples in Israel, Jewish married couples in Israel. Now, among the couples in which at least one partner is Jewish, 6.4% are couples of a Jew married to a non-Jewish partner. Now, the clear majority of this 6.4% are of a Jew married to an other. And this means that they have either no religious affiliation or a non-Arab Christian, or mostly are former Soviet immigrants. Only the smallest minority, 0.1%, is an example of Jews who are married to Arabs. Now, as I said before, the majority of these intermarried couples within this category involve those who are individually defined as without religious classification. Okay, and as I said, these are people mostly from the former Soviet Union and their descendants who are considered Jewish under the law of return, but not under religious law. Also, as I said before, if there's a Jewish man is married to a non-Jewish woman, then their children are registered as without religion. Now, In 62% of the cases, this is what I was saying, with marriage with non-Jews, the man is Jewish and the woman is not Jewish, meaning that their children will not be considered Jewish according to religious law. So most of these intermarriages, and I think where most of the concern comes from, is the fact that it's marriages between a Jewish man and a non-Jewish woman, which means that their children will not be considered Jewish according to religious law. In my own personal experience, because my wife is Jewish, there was less pushback against the marriage or against whether that was from a government official or anyone else, because at the end of the day, my children are Jewish. My status has no actual bearing on their status or complicates their status in Israel. Now, between 2011 and 2018, the number of registered intermarriages in Israel increased 38%. So there is a noticeable increase in the number of intermarriages that are occurring. But again, the numbers are quite limited when you look at the overall number of marriages and couples within Israel itself. Now, interreligious families and marriages must navigate a diverse set of challenges. Some of these challenges are shared amongst such families, but they vary due to other factors, whether those are cultural factors, national factors, racial factors, or religious. I'm originally from America. My wife is Israeli. My wife is an Israeli of Indian extraction. I'm a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. All of these things come into play between American culture, Indian culture, Israeli culture, but each family is unique and faces their own unique sets of challenges. That said, there are common themes and patterns that we all face as part of being part of religious families. One of the challenges, which was elaborated by scholar Daphne Hacker, involves the gendered pressure to convert. Now, women are more often than not than men are likely to be pressured by their future spouses or their family or friends, some people involved, to convert to Judaism. Now, one of the main reasons for this is that because according to Jewish law, a child is Jewish if they were born to a Jewish mother. Okay, men don't face this pressure to the extent that women do, because in the end, whether or not the male is Jewish, the husband is Jewish, doesn't have longer standing influence on the children. So birth, these are the challenges. Birth is, what is the child's religious classification? As I've talked about, again, through the mother, there's really no issue, but if it's not through the mother, then the issue comes up that they're without religion. Marriage is very complicated because you have to then leave Israel to have a marriage performed abroad to get certified. In 2020, because of Corona, a new complication arose because now couples couldn't travel abroad to get married and they still wanted to. And the state of Utah in particular offered marriages via Zoom. And there was a big controversy that ended in favor of these couples, that Israel recognized these marriages performed in Utah that were performed online. Another complication is around the matter of death and where you can be buried. While my wife and sons can be married in the same Jewish grave, I would have to be married outside. Or I would have to find a kibbutz or a private cemetery where we could all be buried together. And the last thing that I want to talk about, which, and I'll finish on this note, is to talk about identity. At the end of the day, it's the challenge of identity. Each family faces the challenge of figuring out its identity. Which holidays do you celebrate? Do you celebrate both? What is important as far as your religious identity? How much of it is cultural? How much of it is religious? All of those things are forced upon, not forced upon us, but we take it upon ourselves as part of this family to navigate. And the challenges can be difficult to face, but they're also very enlivening and fun to engage with. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Karl Jonker, and thank you for sharing with us your interesting experience. And Professor Tian Haihua just informed me that now it's okay, so I would like to invite Professor Tian to give us the lecture. Okay, please.
Thank you, Professor Wang. It's my great honor to have this opportunity to share my research. Today, my topic is about Abrahamic tradition and three monotheistic religions. In the Hebrew Bible, Abraham and his father Terah went out together from Ur of the Chaldean to go into the land of Canaan. The Abraham narrative is mainly in Genesis 11 to 25. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are often described as Abrahamic religion or the monotheistic religions. They originate from the world of ancient West Asia, sharing a common religious heritage in the patriarch Abraham. However, Jews, Christians, and Muslims respectively claim that they are unique descendants, true successor of God promised to Abraham. Based on the motives of promise, covenant, circumcision, and sacrifice in Abrahamic tradition, three monotheistic religions present three different portraits of Abraham and construct their own cognitive history of religion. The importance of Abraham is based on God's promise to him and covenant with him. In the Hebrew Bible, the promise is in Genesis 12 and Genesis 17, the most important one. The first, God said to Abraham, I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great. And in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. In Genesis 17, God said to Abraham, this is my covenant with you. You shall be the father of many nations. The father of many nations, it means Abraham is ancestor par excellence. I will establish my covenant between me and you and your offspring after you throughout their generations. For Judaism, Abraham is a founding father who made a covenant with God. The covenant between God and Abraham is important for understanding of Israel's collective past. When Pharaoh is crushing the Israelites under the yoke of Egyptian slavery, God remembered his covenant with Israel. God predicted, I will remember my covenant with Jacob and also my covenant with Isaac and also my covenant with Abraham I shall remember. As the first patriarch, Abraham is the ethnic ancestor of every Israelite household. In ancient Israel, the relationship among individuals and households are organized by the idiom of genealogy. Judaism is also encoded in this genealogical system. In the patriarchal narrative, family religion centers around devotion to the God of the father, also called the God of Abraham. God said to Moses, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. The God of Abraham is the God of Moses and the God of Israelite. Abraham and the promised land. As the promised land, Canaan is the land where Abraham plans to go. God said to Moses, I will bring you into the land that I swore to give to Abraham. And beyond the Jordan in the land of Moab, facing the promised land, God spoke to the Israelites, I have set the line before you. Go in and take possession of the land that I swore to your ancestor, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. It was repeated in Deuteronomy again and again. In the Babylonian exile and post-biblical times, for most of the Israelites, how to return to the promised land it became their enduring hope. Abrahamic tradition in the Hebrew Bible provides a basis for such cultural memory. Abraham and circumcision, God said to Abraham, every male among you should be circumcised. It shall be a sign of the covenant between me and you. The command to circumcise all Israelite males leave a memorious male body and serve as its rite of passage into the Israelite nation. The male body and the collective social body are strongly marked by the memory of Abraham. That's a symbolic meaning in the Jewish tradition. Abraham and the binding of Isaac, Akedah. The Hebrew Bible almost never refers to the Akedah outside of Genesis 22 itself. However, the significance of the event of Second Temple and Rabbinic Judaism. In Judaism, the Akedah has played a central role in two of its more binding sacred occasions, that's Passover and New Year. The interlacing of Passover was perhaps inevitable for both the stories of Abraham's near sacrifice of Isaac and that of the redemption from Egypt.
Professor Liu, Professor Tian.
好像网络出问题了。
啊，我还以为是我的网络出问题了。
不是你的网络出问题
有问题。
是田老师的网络出问题了。
那我们等一下吗？
稍等片刻。
回来了。田老师可以 continue。
OK。田老师听不到你的声音。
田老师，请打开话筒。我们现在能看到 PPT， 但是听不见。
对吗？可以吗？
现在可以。
Sorry。但是好像这个好像这个不对。好。For Christianity, Abraham is the father who had faith in Jesus Christ. Christianity begins in the 4th century as Judaic sect. We know Jesus, Peter, James, and John, Paul, and his companion Barnabas, all of these were Jews who are. 可以听到吗？
Christ Christian 的才可以吗？
可以听到吗？
视频关掉要好一点，
但是不是特别的流畅。
关掉视频网络要好。
有声音干扰，其他老师关一下，其他老师关一下声音。
就是我这。就是我这边信号不是很好，对不起哈。In Jewish tradition, Abraham is regarded a paragon of monotheist, Josephus, a Jewish historian, Philo of Alexander, a Jewish philosopher, and Moses Maimonides, all of them argue that Abraham is a monotheist. For Christianity, we know the fourth generation of Christians, they were Jews. Paul the apostle is the most important Christian apostle who spread the teaching of Jesus to the mixed group of Jews and Gentiles in the first century world. His interpretation of Abraham constitutes counter-memory of Abrahamic tradition in Judaism. For Paul, the followers of Christ are the true heirs of Abraham. Paul on Abraham's faith and circumcision. For Paul, Abraham's faith was reckoned to him as righteousness apart from the commandment of ritual circumcision. He wrote to Galatians, you see those who Abraham and the scripture foreseeing that God would justify the Gentile faith. All the Gentiles shall be blessed in you. The overriding issue is the incorporation of worshiping the God of Israel. The formed circumcision from a sign of God's unbreakable covenant, he had promised to bless into exactly the opposite sign of divine rejection and Jewish suffering. That's a very radical Abraham and the sacrifice of Isaac. In the case of Christianity, the sacrifice of Isaac served as a key resource by way of the role of Jesus, especially his death in the history of salvation, incarnation and the passion of Jesus Christ. So Jesus becomes the new Isaac. God becomes him. Like God and the Christian have both been re-envisioned in the image of Abraham. So that image is important for Christianity in shaping Christological concept. Islam, Abraham, that's an important prophet in Korean. Abraham is known as Ibrahim, messenger of God, a prophet, Ishmaelite Arabs, chosen by God. Islam is a restoration of Abrahamic religion and an Orthodox religion. We know in Korean, a lot of figures, they have biblical prehistory. Islam regards Abraham as a link in the chain of prophets that begins with Adam and culminates in Muhammad. That's an important one. Islam doesn't regard Genesis as canonical scripture. Korean exhibit wide and deep indebtedness to the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament. Abraham's first marriage is the rejection of idolatry. This one is very similar to Judaism. But the difference, the go forth, the call of God to go forth in order to encounter God in a new land where he aims to establish a new clan. Peace be upon Abraham. But here recalls the biblical go forth, that's a different one. So in Korean, Abraham is the model of the religious person and thus an archetype for Muslim even before Muhammad. Abraham as cult founder. Abraham's great merit is his readiness to sacrifice his son. The story is meant to present a paragon of exemplary piety to merit resonance in the liturgical practice of the present. As a Quranic community give no special status to the progeny of Abraham. In the Medina, Abraham was connected with the introduction, which culminates in the performance of the sacrifice, of the sacrificial rites. Abraham's prayer for Mecca, Ishmael instead of Isaac, that's in Islam, Ishmael purifies the temple of God together for the in cult, is called for the Meccan worship. In this book, the Korean and late antiquity New World explores the structural similarities of the three models of father-son synergy in late antiquity. She argues that all engaged with the erecting of the respective shrine. Ishmael takes part in the Meccan founding of the Kaaba, just as Isaac took part in the Jerusalem sacrificial site on Moriah. Christ in the founding of the sacrificial site of Colossia. That's her point. Mecca is the original Jerusalem. There's a transformation in the central Mediterranean Abraham text. Abraham is constructed as a model for mankind with a clear rejection of the privileged rank of Abraham's descents through Isaac. Abraham was not a Jew or Christian. He was rather a good, pleasing a servant of God from among the people. He was the Navi prophet. Here, the revelation of the people extend to those outside Judaism and Christianity. Now, in Korean, the reason of Abraham to the rank of a universal clear. Conclusion. As so often in the relationship of Judaism with Christianity and later with Islam as well, we are mutual influence in traditions that change over time. To remember Abraham is to enter into the ages-long history of memory. The memories of the patriarch Abraham continue to exert powerful claims as part of the deep root of Western culture and of modern Jewish, Christians, and Muslim identity. One Abraham or three? That's a question we need to revisit. The distinctive characteristic of Jewish, Christian, and Muslim traditions will not disappear, but they will pale in the light of their common father, Abraham, the father of the monotheism that they all practice, and the man they all revere, each tradition in its own way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Tian, for the interesting and informative speech. I'm sorry about the internet problems. Hope next time it will be better. Now we will move on to our next speaker, Professor Fu Xiaowei. Professor Fu is a full professor in the College of Translation and Interpreting at Sichuan International Studies University. She serves as the director of the Institute of Center for Judaico and Chinese Studies. And today her topic is influence of cultural religion on Israeli fertility and its implications for China. Very interesting. So please, Professor Fu.
Okay, thank you. I'll say if I can share the screen and try. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you can see this, right? Can you? Wow, it's difficult. Well, just forget it. I just read. My topic on the relation between religiosity and Israeli fertility comes directly from my concern about the sharp decline of birth rate in China. And just a few minutes ago, I discussed for kids to have the second, to have the second kid. And I saw
Again. Professor Fu Xiaowei, are you here? It seems that in the evening time in China, we all have some kind of internet problem.
It's okay. It happens.
It's too busy. It's too busy.
It's happened, yeah.
Okay, let's wait a little bit. Professor Fu. She's still not here.
Maybe we move on to someone else. And when she joins us again, we can
check if Mr. Wang Zhehui is here. Our next speaker.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So are you ready? Maybe we move on to your turn. Okay, in the meanwhile, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Professor Wang Zhehui, who is a PhD candidate at Shandong University. And today his topic is Catholic contempt teaching and its impact on Vatican-Israel relations. Very interesting. So please, Mr. Wang.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm very pleased to present today. My topic focuses on the teaching of contempt, and mainly how supersessionism has influenced the relations between Israel and the Vatican. The presentation is divided into two parts. The first part will briefly introduce the concept of supersessionism, and the second part will explain its impact on the relations between Israel and the Vatican. Oh, sorry, I forgot to share the screen.
Okay, we can see it.
Okay. And the supersessionism is a view that the New Testament church is a new or true Israel that forever superseded the nation Israel as the people of God. Among the various forms of supersessionism, punitive supersessionism and the soft supersessionism have greatly impacted the relations between the Vatican and Israel. Punitive supersessionism implies that God has abrogated his covenant with Israel on account of Israel's rejection of Christ and the gospel, and God punishes Jews for rejecting Christ. The dispersion of the Jewish people throughout the world after the destruction of the Second Temple has been cited as proof of such punishment. In contrast, soft supersessionism does not claim that God has terminated the covenant with the Jewish people. Instead, it asserts that Jesus came to fulfill the promise of the Old Covenant. Therefore, Israel is still the object of God's irrevocable gifts and call. But that does not guarantee them the national blessing promised by the Hebrew Bible. So Jewish national restoration to the promised land is not part of the divine plan. From the First Zionist Congress to Second Vatican Council, punitive supersessionism was the dominant factor for driving the Vatican's opposition to Israel. In 1904, Theodor Herzl traveled to Rome to meet Pope Pius X and seek support for the Zionist movement. On January 25th, Herzl met with the Pope to request support for the Jewish return to Israel. And the Pope responded by saying, "We cannot give approval to this movement. We cannot prevent the Jews from going to Jerusalem. But we could never sanction it. The Jews have not recognized our Lord. Therefore, we cannot recognize the Jewish people. The Jewish religion was the foundation of our own. but it was superseded by the teachings of Christ, and we cannot concede it any further validity. The Jews, who ought to have been the first to acknowledge Jesus Christ, have not done so to this day. And so, if you come to Palestine and settle your people there, we shall have churches and priests ready to baptize all of you. These words from Pope Pius X convey the official attitude of the Vatican toward the Zionist movement during the British Mandate period. The Vatican didn't comment publicly when the State of Israel was founded on May 14th, 1948, but it still held the view of supersessionism. In its official daily paper, L'Osservatore Romano, the Vatican expressed its perception of the newly established country as follows. Modern Zionism is not true heir to the Israel of the Bible, but a secular state. Therefore, the Holy Land and its secret places belong to Christianity, which is the true Israel. Because of this mindset, Israel's goal of normalizing its relationship with Vatican failed. Even during the Second Vatican Council, Pope Paul VI perpetuated punitive supersessionism. He states, the New Testament, the new law, which both observes and surpasses the old and raises human endeavor to the very peak of perfection. That people predestined to receive the Messiah, who had been waiting for him for thousands of years and were completely absorbed in this hope and in this certainty. At the right time, that is, when Christ comes, speaks, and manifests himself, not only do they not recognize him, but fight him, slanders and insult him, and finally kill him. The Second Vatican document, Nostra Aetate, helped to reconcile Catholicism and Judaism, but the diplomatic relations between the Vatican and the State of Israel remained unestablished. I think the religious reason for this situation was soft supersessionism. Nostra Aetate essentially abolished punitive supersessionism, but left room for soft supersessionism to emerge. It posed a great challenge to mean that God remains faithful to the original covenant with the Jewish people, while also accepting that there can be only one path to salvation, as well as in reconciling the Old Testament and the New Testament, and explaining the Jewish people's national restoration in the Promised Land. Catholicism has not clearly addressed this challenge, and only asserted that this is the mystery of God's work, and all peoples will ultimately call on God with one voice and serve him shoulder to shoulder. Thus, Catholicism rejected punitive supersessionism and the due path of salvation. Yet it adopted soft supersessionism with the Second Vatican Council and still opposes it today. Catholicism hasn't developed a theology of relation between the Old Testament and New Testament and the Jewish return to the Promised Land. This ambiguity is a deeper reason why the Vatican and Israel took 28 years to establish formal diplomatic relations, and why punitive supersessionism occasionally emerges in the speeches of Vatican leaders, which has caused tension between the Vatican and Israel. For example, on August 11th, 2021, Pope Francis reaffirmed the old supersessionism, saying, the law, however, doesn't give life. It does not offer the fulfillment of the promise because it is not capable of being able to fulfill it. Those who seek life need to look to the promise and to its fulfillment in Christ. This speech angered the Israeli chief rabbi and other Jews worldwide. Although the Pope later rectified his statement, it nonetheless indicates that the Vatican has yet to extricate itself fully from the 2 millennia of supersessionism, which will continue to influence Israeli-Vatican relations. To avoid a slide back to punitive supersessionism, I think deep dialogue between Judaism and Catholicism is a necessary measure. To end this presentation, I want to quote the dialogue between Pope Benedict XVI and Rabbi David Rosen. Rabbi David Rosen told the Pope, you know, for me and for many of my co-religious, the land of Israel has religious significance, and even if the state of Israel is a mechanism, the fact we are able to return and to reestablish independent Jewish life in it is not purely a political entity, has religious significance. Pope said to him, I understand, and we still not fully plumb the meaning and the significance of the Nostra Aetate. So I think it is challenging for both Catholicism and Judaism to work on further. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wang, for the excellent speech. And now I see that Professor Fu Xiaowei is back. And I would like to invite Professor Fu to continue her speech. Please.
Okay, I'm so sorry, suddenly drop out. And in case that I will not leave suddenly again, I will not turn on the video. I will not share the screen. I hope it works. Okay, I'll just try to interpret the reasons for Israel's unusually high fertility rate and its enactment to China from the cultural or religious perspective. And for the research paper on the factors of high fertility in Israel, I found only one academic paper in Chinese, exploring reasons and the effects of high fertility in Israel. It attributes Israel's high fertility rate to the following reasons. 1, to encourage overseas Jews to immigrate to Israel. 2, to provide housing for residents and families with children. 3, to extend school time. 4, to promote family reproduction for both Jews and Arabs. 5, to provide public funding for fertility treatment for women under the age of 45. But similar efforts taken by other developed countries such as Japan and South Korea have not worked. Actually, China has a very special care for new mothers, the Chinese style postpartum care, commonly known as 18 months, 坐月子. But for those who just don't want to have children, this does not work. And I found that researchers mentioned several other factors that are unique to Israel. Religious factors, geopolitics, reproductive technology, nationalism, family composition, and so on. And I argue that some of the factors identified in the above mentioned studies for high fertility in Israel can be more or less traced back to Israeli religious traditions. Although Israel is a modern democratic country, its unique political culture and history make it with unique religious nature. As Professor Karl Juncker just now said, there's no separation between state and religion in Israel. And I think it is this religiosity or religious nature that plays a great role in breaking the cycle of higher economic growth and lower fertility in other developed countries. And I'll first of all talk about the composition of Israel. The Gottman study shows that with the exception of 8% Orthodox Jews and 17% of religious Zionists, 55% of Israeli Jews self-identify as traditional and only 20% identify as secular. And for these secular Jews, 3/4 of them are said to observe the most common traditional religious practices. And another survey shows that 98% of Jews have mezuzah on the doorpost of their houses, and 92% circumcise their male children. So we can see that even secular Jews are strongly influenced by the Jewish tradition. Only that such observances as mezuzah and circumcision are so deeply entrenched in the culture that hardly anyone thinks of them as religious. This would seem to suggest that even secular Jews in Israel are not completely secularized. And another factor, I think, is the unique political system of Israel. Some scholars say religious authorities and religiously based political parties exercise direct and indirect influence over the education, as well as other important aspects of daily life, such as marriage, divorce, and the burial rites. Jewish holidays and Jewish religious symbols and content are embedded in the practices of public schools and the mass media. Even public transport is banned for religious observance on Shabbat. In such a social context, it is likely that people's conception of fertility will be influenced by religious tradition. And with its family norm based on religious norms, Israel can be said to be a family-oriented society, with feminism sought to provide a cultural code for dictating the proper life for women and men, emphasizing marriage and high fertility. Some scholars say the intense relationship between parents and adult children and the financial dependence on their parents for substantial assistance in the purchasing of a home or raising children may lead to parents' strong influence on their family formation preferences and the behaviors directly and indirectly. And this is somewhat different from the situation in China. Research also showed that community effects of religious forces significantly intensify the relationship between religiosity and fertility, and that family-oriented ethics further magnifies important effects of religiosity on fertility. In addition, geopolitics and nationalism also influence the conception of fertility. Therefore, childbearing is no longer a purely personal matter. That is partly the reason why the fertility of secular Israeli women is also unusually higher than that of other countries. So to understand the influence of religiosity in Israel's conception of fertility and its enlightenment to China, we can look for its source in the scriptures such as the Torah. In Torah, God's greatest blessing to the ancestors of Jews was descendants, and childlessness is often seen as divine punishment. The story of Tamar and Judah and its sons in Genesis, and the story about the marriage of Ruth and Boaz intensify the importance of raising up offspring for the dead. The Levirate marriage law in Deuteronomy emphasizes the importance of descendants. It demands that if childless, the brother of the deceased man is required to marry or father a child with the deceased wife as the son and heir of the deceased. And the duty to bear a child for the dead is so important that if the never refuses to comply with his obligation, he and his family will be humiliated in front of the community. Such pro-natalist value rooted in Judaism, I think, has become cultural gene through religious institutions and daily rituals influencing the perception of fertility in Israel. This may explain the unique phenomena in Israel that many of the childless women are pursuing long-term and burdensome infertility treatments at any personal cost. And in the previous essays, I have tried to prove the relationship between fertility and the concept of immortality in Judaism. The Levirate marriage law and the stories of Tamar, Judah, Ruth, and Boaz are to ensure the survival of the dead, as well as his family line through the survival of his name. I argue that these stories show that in ancient Israel, one's deepest identity was inextricably embedded in the continuation of his family. That is to say, the life of an individual has a different meaning in a culture that indistinctively understands the self in familiar and thus transgenerational terms more than people in the modern Western countries do. That is, the concept of family in Israeli society, especially in ancient times, contains a meaning of a much broader family, including eventually the extended family, the nation, the whole house of Israel. Today, the family relations and the influence of parents on adult children's childbearing decisions shows that such concept, which connects the individual and the family with the nation, still influences Israeli society. In Torah, God's calling to the Israeli people is through their patriarch. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and Moses, he repeatedly calls the house of Israel. Listen, Israel. This call in the non-Jewish history, I think, has brought together Jews from all over the world. In Israel, the Hebrew word for family, mishpachah, is not simply the English equivalent for an atomized one. It is the house of Israel, the nation. As mentioned earlier, modern Israeli people may not necessarily have faith in the religious rituals they observe, such as the circumcision, weddings, funerals, and so on, but their views about family, about childbearing and the nation, that these ceremonies and observances convey are still inextricably linked, which is what I call the influence of religiosity and the enlightenment to China. The similarities between Chinese and Israeli cultures allow us to learn from the Israeli fraternity culture and its relation to tradition. The Confucian concept of family and the concept of family and nation isomorphism can play a role in promoting fertility in China. Although there is no such commandment in Chinese tradition as the liberated marriage or God's promise to make the ancestor offspring as numerous as the stars of heaven, there are strong ultimate concerns in Confucianism about the eternity of human lives, specifically the eternity of family bloodlines rather than individual lives. And I think this is similar to Judaism. Therefore, the demand for filial piety is not just being respectful to one's parents or honor thy father and thy mother, but to ensure that the lives of parents and their ancestors continue without breaking the family chain, which is characterized by the sacrifice of ancestors. The custom of worshiping ancestors and Confucius is one of the important observances of Confucian filial piety culture. It is closely linked to the virtue of the people, that is, 慎终追远,明德归后. In a series of observances and ceremonies, such as sweeping tombs during the Qingming festival and offering sacrifices to ancestors during the Spring Festival, the Confucian values of life and the childbearing are embodied. And in China, as is in Israel, patriotism is also related to the isomorphism of nation and family. By substituting filial piety to parents with loyalty to the country, Confucianism extends family to nation, in which the nation is a higher level or bigger political institution of a family. On the other hand, as Mencius emphasized, the root of the state is in the family. The individual is closely connected with family and nation. And the relationship between family and nation is not the separate narrative of the two, but the process of the individual integrating into the nation through family. Today, this concept of family and nation isomorphism is reflected in the saying that the family is the smallest unit of the state, and the state is formed by the aggregation of millions of families. It shows that the Chinese concept of nation should not be a simple copy of Western social contract theories. Patriotism in China should therefore, like that in Israel, link the individual pursuit to the prosperity of family and nation. That is, the decision of bearing children is not simply one's own business. So here's my conclusion. In the past 40 years, under the impact of Western culture, the younger generation of Chinese people, though generally with a greater sense of national pride than their parents, they have greatly been influenced by Western individualism. They view their childbearing decision as a matter of personal concern, independent of others who have no right to say anything. Therefore, to reverse the current precipitous decline in fraternity in China, we need to reverse the ideological values of the people. To avoid the fate of higher economy with lower fraternity rate, China can draw some inspiration from Israel. That's Thank you. That's my conclusion.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Fu. That was very interesting and inspiring, I would say. Okay, so we will continue to our last speaker of this session, Professor Chen Guangmeng. Chen Guangmeng is a full professor at Sichuan International Studies University. He serves as the director of the Center for Israel Studies and the leader of the Israel Research and Innovation team. And today his topic is 3 dimensions of Israel's public opinion towards China. Very interesting. So please, Professor Chen.
Thank you, moderator. It's a great honor for me to give a presentation on Israel's public opinion towards China. As we know, Jerusalem Post is a famous English newspaper of Israel and has a lot of readers from China through the internet. And it often published some controversial articles about China. I just give an example. Last August, the Jerusalem Post published a commentary article. The name is "Time for Israel to Pivot Away from Beijing," which is published on August 9, 2022, which is jointly written by Jacob Neger, a former official of Israeli National Security Council, and Mark Dubowitz. He is the chief executive of the U.S. Foundation for Defense of Democracy. In view of the tension in the Asia-Pacific region triggered by then U.S. Congress Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, the article holds that although Israel cannot play a direct role in the conflict, it should unequivocally stand on the side of the United States and put forward suggestions that to gradually decouple from China and develop relations with Taiwan. Considering that Jacob Neger once was a senior official of the Israeli government, and the Jerusalem Post dared to publish this article, it truly reflects that some people in Israel have deep hostility to China. We cannot help but ask, is this how Israelis view China? I think obviously it's not the case. In my opinion, the public opinion of Israel towards China can be seen from 3 dimensions. The first is an official dimension. The attitude of Israeli government toward China is generally reflected in the change in Sino-Israeli relations. However, apart from the two parties themselves, the factors affecting Sino-Israeli relations also came from the third party, that is the United States. From the process of establishing diplomatic relations between China and Israel in the early 1950s to the Falcon early warring aircraft incident in 2000, there was a shadow of the US intervention behind it. After that, even if the military cooperation between China and Israel was interrupted by the influence of the United States, the economic and trade relations between the two countries continued to develop. The bilateral trade volume has increased from the $50 million in 1992 to 22 billion in 2021. China became Israel's largest trading partner in Asia and the second largest in the world. But since the Donald Trump come to power in 2017, with the intensification of the global competition between China and the United States, the US has begun to restrict China's investment and project contracting in Israel, which has cast a shadow on the healthy development of Sino-Israeli relations. Ehud Olmert, former Prime Minister of Israel, has a representative view on the future trilateral relation between China, US, and Israel. He believes that the US is an ally of Israel, but China is not an enemy. Considering that since the Sino-US trade war, the trade volume between China and Israel and the United States has not decreased significantly, the economic and trade relations between China and Israel should also follow the similar dynamics. The attitude of Israeli government toward China will probably fluctuate along the trade line of Sino-US relations. Secondly, the folk dimension. As we all know, as a carrier, newspaper usually has the most direct reflection on public opinion, but the two cannot be equated. In fact, even the same newspaper sometimes publish articles with different views. Still taking the Jerusalem Post as an example. In addition to the above-mentioned articles by Nagel and Dubowitz on August 3, 2022, the Jerusalem Post also published a commentary article by Herbert Kennan, a senior contributing editor and analyst of the newspaper. The article's name is Taiwan, US, China. What is Israel's position? It specifically analyzed Israel's position in this crisis. He first made a comparison between the Taiwan Strait crisis and the Ukraine crisis since February 2022. He believes that in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, Israel could have stayed completely out of the global crisis, but opted to get involved. Its mediation efforts led nowhere. With regard to the Taiwan Strait crisis, Kennan believes that although Israel has good relations with the United States, as well as with Chinese mainland and Taiwan, it also do nothing to ease the tension. In this article, he quoted the view of Martin Verne, former Israeli ambassador to China, that Israel should stay out of the matter. It is part of the complicated US-Sino relationship and has nothing to do with Israel. In addition to the above official and folk dimension, the think tank dimension also deserves attention. Although Israel has only a population of more than 9 million, it has dozens of think tanks, making it the country with the largest number of think tanks per capita in the world. The view of Israeli think tank on China can be felt from the following two messages. On August 1, 2022, the day before Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, Chinese ambassador to Israel, Mr. Cai Run, was invited to attend the inauguration ceremony of the Israel-China Policy Center of the famous Israeli think tank, that is the Institute for National Security Studies, INSS, and deliver a speech. This center is an upgrade on the basis of the Israel-China program established by the Institute in 2016. It is the first time that the think tank has established a bilateral relations research center, which reflects the Institute's great emphasis on China and China-Israel relations. The invitation of Chinese ambassador to Israel to attend this event also shows the basic attitude of the think tank towards China. In addition, on August 8, 2022, the website of INSS published an interview with Isaac Shahor, one of the leading and most experienced scholars in Israel on the subject of China, by Galia Levy, a China researcher at INSS. In this interview, Professor Shahor is convinced that the United States is obsessed with the idea of China threat. Instead of regarding China as a potential partner, he believes that American hostility to China is one of the biggest mistakes in Washington's foreign policy, and holds that the United States and will has already lost this competition. That's the opinion of Professor Isaac Shahor. And Shahor suggested that although the United States is Israel's most important asset, Israel is a sovereign country and should make its own decision. I agree with this viewpoint. And the last, I want to give sum up of my presentation. And I think Israel's public opinion towards China is a multifaceted combination of at least 3 dimensions: official, folks, and think tanks, and cannot be simply concluded from a newspaper report. For ordinary people in Israel, they do not know much about what happened in distant China. As the mass media, newspapers are very important in shaping public opinion. The Jerusalem Post mainly has 2 tendencies in this report on Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. One is neutral, believing that Israel should stay out of the matter. The other is negative, criticizing China and encouraging Israel to decouple from China, and even suggesting the establishment of diplomatic relations with Taiwan. The latter tendency deserves attention and needs to be vigorously counterattacked. As a matter of fact, the Chinese embassy in Israel wrote to the Jerusalem Post immediately, just as the ambassador's article, to express its strong opposition and strong condemnation of this negative report, saying that the development of China-Israel relations is in line with the tendency of the times, the will of the 2 peoples, and the fundamental interests of these 2 countries. That's my presentation. Thanks for your kind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chen. And I think it's a wonderful topic for closing this session. And left us a lot of work to do. Actually, I think the academic communities could play a constructive role as a bridge between the 2 people, 2 countries, and the 2 cultures. Okay, thank you again. And I'm very pleased that all the speakers kept the time limit. And I think now we can continue to the closing ceremony. Hi, thank you.
Okay, so that's me, I guess.
Could you, Halima, let me say a few words before you start your summary. I would like to say thank you very much, everybody, and also I'm very sorry for I couldn't say hello in the beginning of this conference because of the internet problem, and I appreciate all of the speakers and the participants online. And we have had a wonderful conferences. All of the presentations are wonderful. I thank you, everybody, the speakers from Israel and from China, especially the speakers from, sorry, from the Chinese universities, because everybody knows that in May is a busiest season in Chinese universities, and we have so many things to do. Especially, this is the season for oral examinations for the graduate students. So I would like to express my special thanks and gratitude to all of the scholars from China. Of course, also to the scholars from Israel. And now it's time for us to close the conference. And in this closing ceremony, we will invite two professors to give a brief summary. First of all, Professor Richley Haliwa, he is newly joined us as a member of the Center for Judaic and Interreligious Studies at Shandong University, and also a research fellow in the SDU-TAU Institute for Israel, Jewish and Israel Studies. Now, Professor Haliwa, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers, the participants, and guests for this wonderful conference. I personally learned a lot from it, especially because it's really far away from what I do. Many topics from different perspectives were covered in the 4 sessions we had today, from historical, political, social, cultural, and religious angles touched upon Jewish life, state, and politics. I wish to make a very small contribution to this ongoing discussion and bring forward the connection and relationship between religious life and political life, especially in light of the complex situation in current Israel. By religious life or religion, dat in Hebrew, I follow most of medieval Jewish philosophers who perceived it as a law, as a chok. So dat Moshe would be a synonym to the Mosaic law or the law of Moses. Here I would like to distinguish 2 types of laws. The first one is the divine law, which is basically the religious law, and human law, which consists of particular branches of social and political acts of life. A divine law is understood in this context in a Maimonidean manner, namely, well, I'm after all from medieval times, so I couldn't do anything without Maimonides. So according to Maimonides, the law of Moses is not divine because it was given by God, but rather it is divine because it meets the basic criteria of leading one to the well-being of the body and well-being of the soul, or perhaps even perfection of the body and perfection of the soul. The divine law by its very nature is general. It gives a broad wording of the law, such as observe the Sabbath or you shall not kill. It was for humans, the rabbis of the Mishnah and the Talmud, until these days rabbis, to extract particular rules that will correspond to this general law. Relevant to contemporary Israel is how this human extraction of the law is manifested in political life. In order to examine how political and religious law are connected with one another, I would like to use the very famous midrash from Tanchuma, Parashat Vayikra, section 3. I'll put that in the chat. I won't read it, just for you to have it, or I cannot do it, actually. So if you want, you can open Midrash Tanchuma, Parashat Vayikra, section 3, where the text mentions Saul and Moses on the one hand, who run away from Srara, and Srara means the political authoritative role on the one hand, and Avimelech ben Yerubal, who chases after the Srara. The rabbi's main idea in this midrash is that there is a great risk in being a political figure and having to deal with social, governmental, or civil duties. This idea is also common in medieval Islamic and Jewish philosophy. Ibn Bajjah's Tadbir al-Mutawahid, the governance of the solitude, or Falakera's idea of the philosopher isolating himself are the most prominent examples for encouraging the talented perfect man to withdraw from social life. The Midrash, in its very essence, provokes an internal conflict. On the one hand, the rabbis instruct one to keep his distance from political position, for it might lead to the corruption of his own soul, and it can also lead to the misery of the subjects of the city. On the other hand, Torah Moshe consists of many political, social, and laws without which human beings, or in this particular case, the Jews, cannot survive. So how can we overcome this tension? Perhaps I can suggest how one can reconcile two seemingly opposing positions. Moses, by establishing a new nation, understands the need to create a corpus of laws which consist of ritual, social, and political commandments. Keeping the society safe and secure plays an important role in Jewish life. That said, not everyone is capable, morally strong, or have the skills to fulfill this political role. It would seem that those who strive for political power necessarily are not fit to hold this position, for in light of the Midrash's conclusion, if you are fit to hold a political role, you must flee from it, as the Midrash indicates about Shaul and Moshe. It looks like the rabbi's moral of the Midrash implies that occupying political authoritative position, the Srara, is very much dependent upon the politician's true intention. Everyone agrees that politics is never morally clear, or it's never clean ethically. However, if the politician follows the basic notion of serving first and foremost the citizens for the better, then the politician fulfills both the human law and the divine. Usually these people will be reluctant of taking this office simply because they realize the risk involved in it. And the Midrash in Tanhuma emphasizes Moshe and Shaul's reluctance of standing in the political spotlight. On the other hand, a politician who runs for office to advance his own position, to gain power, economical stability, and connection, will be in a position where this Srara runs away from him. Namely, he denies both human law and divine law. And to make a shift to the current Israeli political scene, it would be very interesting to hear what religious parties such as Yahadut HaTorah and Shas on the one hand, and the Messianic parties of Ben Gvir and Smotrich, how exactly their approach to their Judaism correspond to the Tanhuma Midrash. I suspect their obvious reply would be that they are operating for the sake of the greater good, but as hundreds of thousands of Israelis protesting every Saturday night, I think proves it otherwise. And with this somewhat, I guess, semi-pessimistic note, I would like to conclude my part of the final session and wish our colleagues in Israel a very great day, and our colleagues in China a very good night. And Professor Shavit will have the final word. So please, Professor Shavit.
So now Professor Shavit, please.
Now I'm not muted, so thank you. Good to see you as always. And you know, this is our third annual conference, and I have to say, what is always so impressive for me, now with the third, it becomes a tradition, so I can say this, that there are so many scholars, including so many young scholars in China, that are so well versed about Israeli current affairs and Israeli society, and it amazes me the ability to do that from a distance in today's world, to know so much and to be so articulate about it. This is very heartwarming to see. There was something, you know, for 3 years, there was something a bit unusual, which is that because of the conditions in the world, we did so much work together, but believe it or not, we never got to actually see one another in person. So one thing I'm very happy about, and I know we all are, is that this is about to change. Very soon, we will have next year a postdoc from Shandong at Tel Aviv with the Institute, and we will have later a few research students, graduate students, and I think you'll discover that there is, despite all the technological abilities in today's world, there is in the end a difference between being physically in a place and just learning about it from the outside. And I think you'll also find that Israel is a lot of fun once you come here. And I myself am supposed to be very soon in Shandong. Actually, Yude Mot in like, what is it now, May? So that's like in
September.
Yeah, like 3 months. So I will be able to meet all of you, and we can discuss all the exciting issues that were discussed today and other issues in more depth. So I'm really looking forward to that. And at this point, all I can say more is to thank everyone who took part in organizing this. First, on our side, a great gratitude to Dr. Carl Juncker, who coordinated and organized everything, to Hassan El-Bada, who helped us today with the technological aspects and was the backup person, and to Dr. Sima Salzberg and Dr. Sarah Salzberg, who always have such great ideas about studying Orthodox and Ultra-Orthodox Judaism in Israel, and to our Chinese partners in Shandong, to Yan, Dr. Yan Chen, who is always so helpful, and it is such a big pleasure to work with her, and we always learn so much from doing this. And to you, Professor Yuda, for the leadership and for your cooperation. It is really very much appreciated. So I guess with this we close, and shalom and להתראות בקרוב to all of you.
Thank you very much, Yuri, for your wonderful closing speech. And you know, the Yuri is the co-head of our joint institute. He and Carl made great efforts to actualize this conference, of course, and also Yan Chen in Shandong University spent a lot of time to do work for this conference. Thank you for their efforts. And I would like to repeat my great thanks and gratitude to all of the speakers and participants. And it's time for us to close the conference. I would like to say shalom and good night, good afternoon, and see you till next time. Bye bye.
好，谢谢大家。
Thank you.